You need this both lights on. Carry this and I'll make it roll. Wait for me in front of the door. I'll bring that. Bring in some cobalt pill. Just cobalt milk. Just bring it outside the door this way. And then we gotta give it some licks.
Right here. Peace, everybody. And Queen Mecca, you was first today. Divine understanding, calmness, normally powerful love, wise son, divine truth, 793rd, complete. Alyssa Davis, powerful. Powerful. Said he in the hospital healing up from a heart attack. Man. saying everything you good now. What's the prognosis? Physical eye.
Cleanliness affects the what?
Real boiling. Yeah, the cigarettes. That's not a good thing with that condition right there. Yeah, definitely got to take care of ourselves. Because if we're not here to teach the truth, I don't know who will.
No. I might have sprayed. I don't know if I got sprayed. I'm gonna give you some fresh water. I don't know if I got contaminated.
They said if you smoke another cigarette in a year, you'll have another heart attack. Yes. Love. All right. You had a blood clot in the artery. Worsen. West Coast Watch. Physical eye, that's how we do. Goes to science though. Getting back to the nitty gritty. You got any questions out there? You got any questions out there to start off with? Certainly since last Tuesday. In all your studies, you've come across some of the questions. July 120. Christopher Gooding. Yeah, no doubt. Today's mathematics is build or destroy. Guess we only got the hot scientists. We only got the hot scientists in here tonight. Nobody, nobody, nobody got no questions about the new lessons that they've been studying. You got instantaneous understanding. Mob says, do I have a favorite plus degree? Nah. What's this show? West Coast was? Why does the devil call our people Africans? Then why does the devil keep us apart from his social equality? I mean, what are you talking about? What the degree say, or is this just in case that's a trick question? Shaquem BC Realm. What 50 said, physical art. I aim to sunbathe more to increase my vitamin D intake, as well as continue to do my road work to destroy the LDL cholesterol I obtained over these winter months. I mean, that's applying mathematics to what you do. See what we up to. Listen, I told y'all, doesn't, you can say what you want to say. But when we say Knicks, I just want you to keep in mind championship. Wise son-in-law said, I see you applying today's degree in the 1 to 14. He doesn't want us to know of his affairs because we will run him from among us, meaning separate. It appears the devil has kept us engaged to keep his system going. See, I understand. It's like a it's like a deep it's a fear on the inside that the Knicks is going to come out and dominate. See, y'all is fasting and praying that the Knicks don't just come out and dominate. Come as long fly phrase from the Providence plantations. Don Bishop. Yeah, this I mean, it's all understandable. It's completely understandable. You got fear of the next planet. Why'd you let's get back to because I know the level of hate that exists within y'all for the next year. I could go all night. Get back to why I saying. Get back to why I said point that you know that's the science where why son was making the point about how a lot of things we doing right that's good for ourselves that we got to do for survival out here uh, in the system. You know what I mean? Like in the wilderness of North America, whatever we got to do for even food, clothing, and shelter, right? That is still providing support. Is still providing support for the system that is oppressing us. You see, that's the science of what they mean when they say social equality. Meaning you could be in the same place at the same time, but depending upon what what's the flow of the equality. But that's something you know, uh, that's something where you got to take the good with the bad. It's Delano. See, y'all over here. I still over here caught up with the Knicks, man. Yeah, listen, man. There's nothing you could do to stop it. You could either accept it or you could go kicking and screaming. I don't want you throwing your remote through the TV when the Knicks is up there accepting their rings. But yeah, why saying that's in terms of just saying um you know the 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 system that exists, right? You know, this is from, our ideas and our labor. I say ideas because, a lot of the inventions, a lot of the basis for the laws and the the, the you know the culture that is here in America. You know what I'm saying? That comes from some high input too. So for me, you know what I'm saying? Where else are we gonna go? And remember when we get there, right? When we get there, you know, is it gonna be someplace where ideas can be manifested freely the way we manifest ideas here? You know what I'm saying? What if you what if you in Saudi Arabia and you over there teaching how to lodge the black man? What's the penalty for that in Saudi Arabia? Does anyone know what the penalty is for teaching out of Saudi Arabia? You gotta be in wide sense and depth. You know, that's what I'm saying. So uh, this is the system that we got to deal with. We gotta continue to till this land right here. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying that that's right and exact. You understand what I'm saying? But the issue is the 10% that's making themselves rich from everybody's labor. You know what I'm saying? The issue is not the system itself. The system, the issue is not the society itself. Like whatever uh your job is that you do, whatever is the service you provide, at whatever job, you know what I'm saying? Is something, apparently is useful to people, or it wouldn't be no money in it, you wouldn't have a job in it. See, we could run him from amongst us. You know what I'm saying? But you know, in terms of separating in that form, you know, to me is, you know, we leaving 500 years worth of work behind. The God I be said, did you hear about the new CDC guideline for the fully vaccinated? All right, West Coast wise. Appreciate that cash app. Make sure you get on the ship as soon as flight comes to beam us up. You'll be on the list. I didn't hear about the new CDC guidelines. I've been kind of out of the loop on the news. Now I said, do you think the 10% hide in plain sight? Um, I mean, I don't know so much that they hide. Like they hide they plans and all of that, you know, they don't hide like uh Bill Gates or Zuckerberg, they not hiding. God, be said you hear about the CDC guidelines for the fully vaccinated. Um, yeah, what's the signs for that? Divine truth said even here in the wilderness of North America, there are rules and regulations which limit one's freedom. You know, that's you know, when you deal with the science of power and control, see, power could respect power. See, two people could be able to manifest their power, in one cipher. You see, two people can't control. Only one person could be in control. So, a society like we in order for that control to be maintained, certain people gotta be limited. You know what I'm saying? Their freedom, justice, and equality have to be limited, and the law is the way that they figured out. The law is the way that they figured out is the easiest way to do that. Wait, what's this? Powerful, powerful said those who are vaccinated can be around those who's also been vaccinated without masks. But see, next to Ford and Elijah, I think we have to open up bidding on that. We have to auction. We have to auction that. We have to auction that off. Is Mark Zuckerberg the 10%? I mean, I would say so. He, what he's doing. I'm saying at the heart of what he's doing. You know what I mean? When you say you teaching the poor lies, you know what I mean? You deceiving people so that you can make yourself rich from their labor. Uh, I would say that's what Mark Zuckerberg specializes in. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you look at the role that they've played even in the elections. You know what I'm saying? Going back to they were saying that some company was running some type of ads or with all different propaganda that you see on it. You know, he might have just started out making whatever program for fun. I don't know what was his original idea of doing that. But what it's become is what it's become. So if you've had the vaccine, you can visit people without masks. So this is a suggestion, or this is what is this? A CDC guideline? So that means suggestion, or this is something that's being instituted. So now it's just asking if he knows. So you're saying, does Mark Zuckerberg know the black man is God? Um, I mean, that's hard to say because I don't know Mark Zuckerberg. Um, he he knows that uh, he knows that he's the rich slave maker of the poor. And he knows what he's doing. The Facebook algorithm is not by accident. You know what I'm saying? Like the things that they doing to control people's minds, they know they're doing it. You know what I'm saying? Does he know uh does he know where the real power lies? You know what I'm saying? Um, I would say yes. I mean, I don't really follow Mark Zuckerberg, but when you look at a lot of, you'll be surprised. Just the same way, you know, you might have been surprised to hear that Bill Gates was dealing with vaccinations now. Was dealing, it's the same thing with Mark Zuckerberg. You'll be surprised, at the things that he's involved with, that's dealing with maintaining their social equality. You know what I'm saying? And that's a that's a part of maintaining their social equality, right? Is keeping us apart from it. Like that's a part of the signs of you being accepted, right, into the 10%, the 10% mold. Is that okay? You gotta keep that 85% down. You understand what I'm saying? Just like that's a part of them being accepted into the white category. What I'm talking about is all Europeans, right, in 20th century America. And see if you notice, right, even over there, they use the term European. That's a that's a what you call it, a political term. But they don't, at least me, I never really hear them calling themselves white like that. See, here in America, white, it took on a different meaning because you mix together all types of Europeans that never got along. And so all of the Europeans wasn't sharing in the social equality at one time either. But in order for them to become a part of that social equality, they had to agree to keep the original man down. So you see that pops up in all of the places where, uh, that pops up in all of the places where you see the people maintaining Jim Crow in all its different forms. See some ways, right, that we was kept apart from the social equality in the past, right? I'm not saying right now, but in the past. Yeah, some of it is laws, right? That's on all different levels of the government, from federal, state, municipal. But then some of it is the policies of individual companies. Some of them is just the mindset of a particular owner of a store. Allah will manifest. You going in today, man. Bible would say Gates is trying to block the same. What's going on with that? So I got a question about the I got a question about the CDC guidelines y'all was talking about when y'all was saying that if you got the vaccine, right? If you got the vaccine, then you're able to move around without the mask, right? But now here's the question: how they know you got the vaccine? Like, is that like, is that like a sticker that they give you to put on your license or something? West Coast Wise said the Boule do that also, but they're the original man. But yeah, they're another kind of 10%. Bill Gates trying to put up a second son to block the original one. Ramon Williams, Darkim Be. So yeah, this is what I'm saying. This is some other kind of ID. You gotta get a vaccination card. That's what I'm saying. So now so now you gotta produce your papers. If you're walking down the street without your mask on, then police can just stop you and be like, yo, let me see your papers. Hmm. That could open up the door to a lot of that could open up the door to a lot of things. Man, that's So now, if you don't have your mask on, that's probable cause now. And traveling restrictions. To highlight a name, you gotta put at, and right before you put their name, put at with no space. Just at, and then the person's handle right here. Traveling restrictions. So you're gonna. So will you be able to travel without having the vaccine? My favorite video that I did on here. Hmm, that's a good question. I think my favorite one. I think I had to take it down. Am I doing the vaccine? No, I'm not doing it. At least not right now. The after class sessions was dope. Most definitely. When everything get back in order, we definitely gonna get that back going. Wow. So you won't be able to go to certain countries. What was the signs with the God I be? What was the signs with the voting rights stuff? Did you get a chance to look into that? The Yeah, Kasim, man. I still see Kasim on I see him on Instagram. because uh, what was the other? What was the other brother that was in the he was the first. He was the first Muslim brother. So the God B said the case Shelby versus Holder took away provisions of the Voting Rights Act. Now the states are using their new freedom to restrict people from voting. Hmm. So, what's the ways that they restricted people from voting? Yeah, there was another Muslim brother that used to come on before Qasim that he used to always try to get me to become Muslim. So Chief is saying Arizona is using the Arizona is using the new uh, or the restrictions that Arizona is putting in based on the new law is no bundling ballots except family in the post office. God be said Congress is trying to put new federal rules in place, but the Republicans will filibuster and stop them from being passed. Saeed Saeed al-Balali, I think it's a different Saeed though. It is Saeed, but it's because I think Saeed al-Balali, I think that's Qasim. But yeah, that was his name, Saeed. He got abusive. So the other restrictions, so they want voter ID laws, felon disenfranchisement, mail-in vote restrictions, which is what Atif was just mentioning in Arizona, and removing polling sites. Dude said he was going to change his lessons from an original man to original mind, huh? favorite video. Oh yeah, probably uh my favorite jump off. I probably was one that I end up having to take down. That was when I really learned the engine of live broadcasting. Was you doing the knowledge when we had a lot shot on live? You know, you get a lot of people that they don't understand that science. You know, people want to change. People want to change the. Yeah, West Coast wise. Was you on when I went live with a lot shot? Nah, it was July. You seen it? Yeah, last shots talk. You saw it too, Divine Truth. Yeah, man, I ended up having to take that one down. But in terms of people changing their lessons, right? You know, what it appears to me is that a lot of people don't understand, you know, what it means when it says manifest your understanding. Like whatever signs you got that you think should be the change, that's what you're supposed to manifest when it's time for you to manifest your understanding. So if you see it as meaning, uh, if you see it as meaning, who is the original mind, then when it's time for you to go through your understanding, right? That's when it's time for you to ask the questions and answer the questions. See, like right now, when you get to the knowledge, to the knowledge power degree in the 136. Who's exceller? I don't recall exceller. But yeah, though, when you get to the knowledge culture degree in the 136, right? What is your answer? Like that's a question. That's not rhetorical. When you get to the knowledge culture degree in the 136, what is your answer? Like I know what the degree say, that's Elijah Muhammad's answer. Excelsior. I'm trying to think who's Excelsior. Excelsior. But yeah, I know it's a little bit of lag time. But what is your answer when you get to the knowledge culture degree in the 136? Natural jewel. Don't everyone answer at the same time now. And the God I said, uh, his own self is a 5%er. Najala said his own self is God, true and living. Divine truth said how I see it is I'm not a Muslim, but I live a righteous way of life. West Coast Wise says his own self is 5%. That associate came on 2 days in a row. He wasn't right in exact the first day, and he came back the second day and said he bombed me. I see why I don't recall him. Seven says his own self is the God.
Let me get a steak when I go back out. later. Um,
As long as he said, knowing my culture and manifesting my power makes his own self God. 7:8 said his own self is a righteous God. Physical eye says his own self is God. See, this is this is this is how you uh draw those lessons up to something that has a meaning to you. See, that's when it's your time to give your answer. If you think it should be, if you think it should be something other than his own self as a righteous Muslim, you deal with that when uh, it's time for you to come with your understanding. The guy Abi said, wouldn't changing the lessons make it mix diluted and tampered with? Yeah, eventually that's what's going to happen. Like you may be able to make one change here, one change there without doing too much damage. But eventually it's going to be like telephone. See, the other issue is that eventually you change what 120 lessons is. Meaning that it's questions that's asked by a specific person and answered by a specific person. So see, once you go changing it to what you got to say, right? You change the question to what you want. Okay, now the question is asked by you. That's peace for you. That's peace for your woman and your babies. Me personally, I'd rather deal with the ones that Allah did the knowledge to and seeing who he was. Sorry, Ali did. Is 120 lessons holy? Anyone care to answer that? So L7 said the lessons are not holy. Physical eye said emphatically no. Asiatic God mathematics said, I don't think anything that exists is holy. L7 said, strive to live out mathematics. Divine Truth said 120 lessons are not holy, but they are not to be mixed, diluted, and tampered with. Kendall Rowland said, I think the lessons are holy. The God I be said, according to the lessons, holy is something that has not been mixed, diluted, or tampered with. Edward Green said, no. Carmen's Lonely said, the degrees only become holy when you apply them to your own life. On their own, they are not. Wise Son said, holy just means separate or set apart from. The God I be said, have the lessons been mixed, diluted, and tampered with? Wise you said, holy is religious. We are not a religion. Nas 120 said 120 lessons is not holy, just righteous. Here comes the wordsmith. See, 120 is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like if a person want to write their own lessons, you know, and go found their own nation with that, then go do that. But the 120 is what it is. "120 lessons is questions that's asked by Father, answered by Elijah. One of the lessons found in the wilderness of North America. They completed on February 20th, 1934, you know, as far as 120 lessons. Once you go changing stuff, now that's not what it is. Now that's not Elijah's answer. That's your answer. But guess who's going to get the blame if you're wrong? Write your own lessons if you're so smart. So wise. Sit down. Come up with the questions that you need to come up with. And then go and then answer them. There's nothing wrong with that. Well, we just talking about dealing with the national tradition that we have, right? 120 lessons is what it is. Everything from the language, that's used in there. Like especially right now that we in this day and time with the knowledge of DNA, right? And all these things that, you know, wasn't even known at that time in 1930, right? So what I'm saying is that the terminologies that we use, right, when we're talking about, you know, DNA, chromosomes, genes, etc., you know, you don't hear people using the term germ. You know, you don't hear that a lot right now. See, all that's a part of the authenticity of what it is, the whole environment that it was written in at that time. That's a part of the context that you need to understand the meaning. See, now you start answering things based upon, you know, the environment, the time, the circumstances that you exist in right now. So now that changes the whole meaning. If you were to do that, write your own lessons. So what about Allah changing the lessons? He could do that. Ellie Green said it's a lesson. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. That's a lesson in the sentence that exists just to use every letter in the alphabet. It serves a purpose at a time. It is what it is. Comments only said changing some things in 120 is not that significant when you take into account that Allah also renews his history every 25,000 years. I mean, see, here's the thing. We got to come together and do that. See, just like when Allah is changing the lessons, right? You got to remember that the whole nation exists within him. So if he makes a change, that's a national change. Like that's a part of the genetic code when we come amongst each other, right? You know, we could be from all different ages, all different places, all different times, all different environments. But when we come together, one of the things, not the only thing, but one of the things that let us know that we one and the same is when we quote the same degrees. See, one of the things that cause us to, remain in this form, one of the things that cause us to be able to survive with all of the Judases and the Black Messiahs, right? With all of that going on, one of the things that enabled us to survive, right, is because we had these lessons. And the same lessons, so that we could always come together. If everybody starts changing their lesson, you start changing your lessons over there, you start changing your lessons over there, eventually we're not going to be one people. See, like right now, you're dealing with, almost 60 years down the line. So now what happens in another 60 years if everybody that got the knowledge right now starts changing their lessons? And then the people they give the knowledge to change their lessons, and the people they get the knowledge to change their lessons. Eventually, you have all different, denominations. You have all different denominations of 5%ers. If you're looking to the 120 to be this kind of ultimate scripture, if you're looking for it to be everything, when you was in the religious world, right? And whatever was the holy book of that religious world was supposed to be, the truth and contain, all the wisdom that ever was and that ever is going to be. See, if that's what you're looking for, then that's what's going to make you want to change the lessons. It's going to make you want to change the lessons so that it can be, the perfect utopia, the perfect handbook of utopia. See, the next thing, well, why don't we just take this whole devil part out? The story is much nicer that way. Wait a minute, L7, you said the 196,940,000 does not add up because of the ice cap depletion? What do you mean by that? You said the water doesn't add up to 139,685,000 square miles. Well, what are you adding together? You know, 12,345,000 square miles is from the land, though. That's not from the water. Yeah, those would be West Coast Water said 139,685,000 square miles doesn't include depth, or the numbers would be larger, but it would be cubic miles though, instead of square miles. That would be measuring some called volume instead of area. Is it said divine truth? L7 as should not be taken into consideration when adding the 196,940,000 square miles. I mean, what was the question divine truth asked? I don't see no question. Should I'm saying it is taken into consideration. You saying when adding up all the parts of the land and water that equal to 196,940,000 square miles, should the ice cap land be taken into consideration? What I'm saying is that it is taken into consideration. It doesn't appear in 120 lessons. Right, the melting ice, yeah, the melting ice melting is not gonna affect uh it's not gonna affect the total square miles of the planet Earth. It can affect how much is land and how much is water. Because remember, we talking about the surface of the planet. We not, the 196,940,000. You talking about the surface. So if you get an ice age, you know what I'm saying, and more of the water is locked up in those ice sheets, right? Then you have more land. You know what I'm saying? Right now, what they talking about with the global warming, the ice sheets melt, then you have more than 139,685,000 square miles of water. But in terms of the total, the total square miles, that's, you have to have something happen on a cosmic level to change that. I would survive that. Like, you have to have a planetary collision or something. Oh, well, matter of fact, you going in today, man. Seven said water evaporates off the surface. It does, but remember, the water is never drawn above 6 miles from the Earth's surface by the sun and moon, and it rains down on our planet because of its high speed of rotation around the sun makes it impossible for it to escape that 6 mile limitation. But Ati said 120 is holy. No, 120 is not holy. But 120 is a moment in time. Like 120 is something that was manifested by certain people a certain way for certain reasons at a certain time based on the knowledge and wisdom that they had at that time. See what I'm saying? It's like, and what I'm saying is that's the reason you don't want to change it. Not because it's holy. You know, what I'm saying is this. If if right now somebody that owned a construction company, let's say they go over to the pyramids in let's say they go over to the pyramids in Egypt, and the dude decides, yo, yeah, this right here, um, yeah, this wall right here, the way this wall is built, you know, we got a better way of doing this right now. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and knock this wall down and then build it back in this new improved way that we got of building it right now. First of all, who are you to say your way is better at building this? Have any of your walls stood up for thousands of years yet? Who's to say that you know what you're doing was going to last like that for thousands of years, like this wall lasted before you knocked it down? Second of all, now you fucked it up. Like this is not the pyramid now. This is not the accomplishment of those people from thousands of years ago now. It's not what it is. It's not a representation of what these people manifested in their own good time with the knowledge and wisdom that they had at that time. So it is what it is. It don't have to be, you want to go, some people they travel in certain circles. Like you travel in circles where you at the job and the other people at the job, they all fraternity and sorority members. They're part of all these groups, the Boy Scouts, and then when you say you were 5%, you wanted to be accepted like when somebody said they was in the Boy Scouts. You don't want it to be where they asking you, what about Yakub, man? What about the stuff that y'all say about white people? So now you wanna clean all that up. I got you. Well, whoever changed your lessons, understand that that's what you're doing. You're destroying the pyramid to make your point. Am I eating crawfish? Man, listen. I don't even think they got crawfish in New York. Seven ninety third said born agree, and the 114 referring to the flag Shamba created our current flag or the Muslim flag because there's understanding made manifest means wait, what? So in the born agree, you're saying when it says the holy flag of Islam or the greatest only flag known, right? Universal flag of Islam. Not, so are you asking is the lesson referring to the Muslim flag or to our flag? Ramon Williams. That you want to draw up the build degree in the 1 to 10. How much useful land is used by the color man? What degrees? What degrees you want? What degrees you knowledge? Only just you can see, when you're drawing these things up, it's myriad ways. There's many different ways to draw these things up. Tell you what they mean, in terms of, the environment that you in and the circumstances that you in is going to make a difference how you apply a certain principle. So see, for instance, when you're dealing with the signs of the 13th letter in your alphabet, right? M is mastered. See, the way you apply mastery, right, in different circumstances can be the totally opposite way. Like, see, there's some things that if you want to master it, the only way for you to master it is to immerse yourself in it. Like, see, you can study, you can study swimming all you want. Like, you can read a book, you can see a film strip, you can watch movies, all the different stuff. But in order to master swimming, you're gonna have to get in the water. But then you got other things, right? Like crack. That the only way for you to master that, right, is for you to leave it totally alone. So the reason why I asked you, you know what I'm saying, what degrees you knowledge is because I was going to give a perspective, that shows you how to cross-reference the other, cross-reference your degrees. Shows you how to look in the other degrees, right, for the keys of understanding. Supreme Man. So you said, Divine Truth said, is the born degree in 114 speaking of the universal flag that Shamgar manifested, or is it referencing the Muslim flag because there is understanding made manifest on what the flag means? All right, the last part of the question is throwing me off a little bit when you said there's understanding made manifest on what the flag means. Where is the understanding made manifest on what the flag means? Which like, are you talking about a degree on the universal flag? Are you saying the description that is given you in the born degree of what the universal flag is of Islam, meaning the sun, moon, and star, which particular aspect are you talking about? Now it's said crawfishes in Louisiana and New Orleans. There's crawfish where my family is from where my family is in South Carolina. It's crawfish. But I never like that's one of the things where even as an 85%, I never ate that. But down there, it be crawfish. In some places, like if it rain hard, be crawfish in the yard. Show prove 120 degrees. I gotta do this class. On Friday, what's going on Friday, Supreme Man? Rome Fetty. So Ramon Williams said you just brushing up on you refreshing your lessons. Well, what lessons did you know before you uh you know, I mean, let's keep it 100 before you stopped elevating. And so you lost, what you don't use, you will lose. But where did you get to before that occurred? FDJ Beats, Divine Truth says Sham God broke down his understanding on what our flag means. To that degree, it can't be speaking about the same flag. You gotta be good looking on that. Good looking on that. What is this again? Super chat. Greatly appreciated. Hey man, let me catch up back on these questions, man, because I'm getting caught up in the comments over here. So we got a question from Ramad, a question from Divine Truth. I mean, people, if a person decides not to have children, I mean, I can't call it. That's a, I get. I guess I'm looking at it. Let me try to look at it more objectively. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm looking at it from the standpoint of, my kids. I'm glad I had them. So, uh, in the end, I guess that is, their decision. Um, what I would say about this situation is just in terms of being the maker and the owner of all worlds from highest to lowest, now they won't be able to say that. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you uh, can manifest certain things mentally, but uh, having that physical reality, of whatever it is that you do. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like a person who went to medical school. You graduated medical school, but then you never was a doctor. So that that physical part of the reality that shows and proves that you went to medical school, right? It didn't exist. Does it take away that you went to medical school? You know what I'm saying? That you brought the potential. Uh, you increase your potential, but you never was a doctor. You know what I'm saying? I'm showing prove had a question right here too. What is a Muslim sign? The Muslim science was the in the degrees is referring to the Shriners. Like in particular, you know, uh, the 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 other Masonic type individuals, right? They like they got names like the Scottish Rite. You know what I'm saying? And you got a lot of German people involved, French. You know what I'm saying? So it's like more of a European thing. But with the Shriners, their origin and everything is, I think it was a party where there was an Egyptian theme or something of that nature. So when you look at even when you look at they fezzes got things like Islam and Mecca and things of that nature on it. So, I'm just saying just something that demonstrates, I'm not saying that these are the reasons. I'm saying that these are things that demonstrate why they refer to, as Muslim sons. I mean, yeah, it becomes a little bit difficult to refer to yourself as the father of civilization, you know. But it's one of those personal decisions where, I'm not going to say they doing embellishment, like, it's a crime against the law. They can't have knowledge. All right, so Ramon Williams, you knowledge 120 before, you know what I'm saying? Did that answer your question, show and proof? Ramon Williams, so if you know 120, then we can get a little bit fancy. You know what I'm saying? Because it's the Bill degree, right? And so let's look at the Bill degree in the Supreme Alphabet, right? And let's look at the Bill degree in the 1 of 14, right? To deal with the science of uh, uh, the useful land that he's using is he or her, right? That he keeps apart from his social equality. Did you see what I did there? See the 6 million square miles and the social equality. See the 6 million square miles is anywhere where he's established his social equality. See, just like the 23 million square miles is anywhere where we manifest our wisdom and understanding. See, we the what? Original man. We the one. So the 23 million square miles is wherever, right? We manifest our wisdom and understanding. Where we cause it to be the best part for us. See, the 6 million square miles is anywhere where they establish their social equality, right? And it's a degree of hell for us. And the way that he does that, right, is by using he or her. Because he has to make himself what? Rich from their labor. Did that answer your question, Ramon Williams? Now, Divine Truth, I'm still attempting to get to, because when you say the Muslim flag, right? What do you mean by the Muslim flag? I'm asking the question specifically. What I'm asking you is, do do you mean the Nation of Islam flag? There's when you say the Muslim flag, what do you mean by the Muslim flag? Did everybody do the each one teach one, hit the like button? Yeah, nah, divine truth is all good. I just, I need to be clear on what the question is. I need to be clear on what the question is before. So are you saying that they talking about the Nation of Islam flag? In the degree, was they referring to the Nation of Islam flag? Well, there was no Nation of Islam in in uh, the Muhammad's time that they speaking about in the lessons. That is another reason why I asked you, what exactly you meant by the Muslim flag. But you know, do you know another flag that's of the universe? Like that's what I'm saying. You talking about uh, historically within a degree, or you talking about right now in this day and time? If you talking about right now in this day and time, then that's what it's saying. That's the greatest and only flag known of the universe. Meaning you got other stars, other flags. The American flag, it represents certain things. The Russian flag, the British flag, et cetera, et cetera. Our flag is of the sun, moon, and stars. which one of those contexts are you, is the question from? So improve said, how do you prove sound travels at 1,120 feet per second? You actually got sound is a wave. So it can be calculated with wavelength and frequency and things of that nature. But this is a measurement. You just have to conduct your tests at standard temperature and pressure. But like, is your question, how did they first, who was the first person to figure out that sound travels at 1,120 feet per second? This is a good one. We should have, you should have used this one. You should have used this one for the question and answer videos. The the old school videos where I used to ask a question and then come back on the next day with the answer. But is that your question? Wait, what you said here? Let's say you don't know what 35 to 50 years means. What you mean you don't know what it means? Like, are you saying like how to draw it up? I mean, I'm sure you know a year. A year is 365 days. It's one revolution of the planet Earth around the sun, measured in rotations of the Earth on its axis. Is 365 rotations of the Earth on its axis that it takes the Earth to make a revolution around the sun, which is a year. Quaker says Shriners call themselves Muslim, different meaning than Muslims. In fact, I've heard of more tell me that they are Muslims and not Muslim. So what is a Muslim? You still there, Quaker? I've been trying to figure that out for decades. What is a Muslim? I think somebody told us one day. So Ramon Williams, 8th degree in 136. District 120, your messages getting deleted. What do you, when you put what Muslim means? I don't know, you gotta give it a shot. Facebook police don't like. The worst group said, isn't a Muslim a Caucasian Muslim? Hey man, I'm not sure. It means everyone. Yeah, physical eye, no doubt. He put the formula right here. The speed of sound equals the frequency times the wavelength. He put the exact formula that I was speaking of earlier. V equals F. I'm not sure what this symbol, F times, what is that symbol right there? Like it's frequency times the wavelength. Then he puts the speed of sound depends on the elasticity and density of the medium through which it is traveling. In general, sound travels faster in liquids than in gases and faster in solids than in liquids. So that's what I was saying in terms of at standard temperature and pressure. But yeah, that's peace, physical eye. So wait, what questions is we up to now? Where are we? Oh, yeah, I'm still waiting. Divine truth. Did that answer your question? Yeah, we got to the Shriners and the Muslim signs. So Ramon Williams asked about the 8th degree in 136. Well, I mean, we can add that in with what we was already building on. You understand what I'm saying? In terms of uh, how is it that he uses he or her, right, as his useful land, right, that he makes himself rich from, right? How is it that he comes to do that? By making them blind, deaf, and dumb to themselves when they babies, by making them what? God-fearing people. See, they become God-fearing people who fear, right? When they hear rain, hail, snow, and when they feel rain, hail, snow, also hear thunder above their heads. Did you see what I did there? West Coast Wise said, why don't you get an online assistant editor to edit the video so that you can produce those short videos that we love? Also, having other guys make videos pertaining to questions. Yeah, that's, I gotta be a little bit bigger YouTuber, I think. You know what I'm saying? But I get a lot of support though, don't get me wrong, I ain't complaining. But it's if I come on and start talking about astral projection and things of that nature, that's when you get, little indigenous spirituality, then you get you get that type of support where you can get all these other crew members that you're talking about. Because you get somebody to do it and then they mess up on. Oh, in Arabic, Muslim means evil one. What you mean? That's what Muslim. Like, where you typed it at? You said when I type Muslim in Arabic, where you typed it? Oh, so divine truth. That I answered. I answered your question. Did we? Did I miss one? I missed somebody's. I missed somebody, didn't I? I wonder why it means that. Like, what's the like? What is the root words in Muslim? I'm saying that's how you. That's how you become a big time YouTuber. You gotta be hitting those topics like indigenous spirituality. Just kind of regular stuff like this that I'll be talking. Not really interested like that. But where are you typing? Like, where are you? Like, where did this meaning for Muslim? Where did you get it from? I'm saying. You gotta, yeah. See, like, Ramon, they can tell you. See, you gotta hit topics like young Pharaoh. That's when you really, that's when you get that type of big time support. So you just kicking some historical. You just got some historical facts. Like nobody's gonna levitate. You just talking about the stuff they did. You're not speaking about how they're the ancestors. See that gets you nowhere. Oh, it's from the Jewish Virtual Library. Of course, they're gonna say Muslim means evil one. You got it. You can't look up. You can't look up what Muslim means in the Jewish in the Jewish Virtual Library. Leave black. My boss, I got a controversial topic. I want to charge the Catholic Church for reparations. Um, I mean, is that very controversial? Like, they kind of at the heart of this thing. And there's documentation. There's documentation as far as uh dumb diversus and all this kind of stuff. So I'm I wouldn't think it would is controversial. Probably uh for people to so many people probably just look at you look at slavery and everything as a corporate thing. So you're looking for the individual slave masters, and you're looking for the banks, and you're looking for, what I'm saying, in terms of institutions that benefited. You're looking for the insurance companies that insured the shipments and all of that. But uh, the Catholic Church played a very big role. One of the they one of the founding characters in that story. The American Heritage Dictionary. So, what does the American Heritage Dictionary say that Muslim means? Random question. Do you rock with Joseph Stalin? Yeah, that's fairly random right there. I mean, I mean, how do you mean I don't rock with Joseph Stalin in terms of I mean, I don't really think about Joseph Stalin because our like our histories don't cross paths really. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the his impact on world history, you know. So I really don't think about Stalin, you know what I'm saying, Genghis Khan. These are different people. You know, the only thing I could say, and he's, in terms of what I know about him, is a demonstration of what I was saying in terms of in dealing with what we was dealing with today's degree in the 1 to 14 is that even amongst white people, they don't really share social equality like that. You know what I'm saying? It's they just found they found uh uh you know a better way. You know what I'm saying? Like they have been enslaving and brutalizing their own people for thousands of years. You know what I mean? But then, once they came into the business of chattel slavery, they found a better way. So the wordsmith said, as a leader, I think Stalin was cool. I mean, uh, well, when it comes to leader, and of course, everybody got their intentions. You know what I'm saying? You would like to think that people's intentions is positive. You know what I'm saying? But in the end, you got to measure. Well, I measure a leader by their followers. You know what I'm saying? Like you as the leader, where did you lead your people to? Did you lead them to the promised land? Did you lead them to the best part? Or did you lead them into death, hell, and destruction? So in terms of that, at least the story that we get here in the wilderness of North America about him in the education system, you know what I'm saying? He led his people to a lot of death, hell, and destruction. So this what's going on, District 120? You done offended the Facebook guys or something? The YouTube police? The YouTube guys keep smiting your comments? Or Taha said, I'm rocking with the Ethiopians that clashed with Mussolini's weak brigade. Wordsmith said, I just asked because I recently been watching some of the World War II videos about when the Soviet Union went to war with Hitler's guys. Yeah, that's a science of, history and something we can learn. Like I said, that was one of the things that showed me about history and the importance of history is when I learned that, you got events, like one event occurred, like for instance, you just brought up World War II. World War II occurred, and if you go to different countries and you learn about World War II, you will learn different things. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, if you go to Russia, right, they'll tell you that Russia won World War II. Like the propaganda that we get here in America is, America came in and, whipped everything up and won everything. But, I'm just saying in terms of the I guess the statistics, I don't know what the word for that is, but, like if Encyclopedia Brown, if you check the primaries, uh, one of the reasons why the Americans advanced so fast in Europe, right, is because the Russians had already took out over half of the German military by the time uh, D-Day even started. Like if you calculate how many of the divisions or brigades, however it goes down, the Russians actually was the ones that had took out, most of the military before they got there. And they was the ones that actually, entered Germany and took the land. The American army never went to Germany. They never was stationed in Germany. So in terms of that part, knowing the history of him, you know what I'm saying, and the impact that he had on the world stage and all of that. But like I said, I never really, like what he had to do, what he was about. I don't have a dog in that fight. Why are we getting why are we getting so many deleted comments today? Somebody was telling me that started happening yesterday. I figured that out. What's going on with that? Maybe I am getting big time. I'm big time enough now so that they gotta censor me. Or it's probably y'all that's big time. They gotta censor y'all. Now I never knew that Muslim means evil. I gotta check that out. Complete. Whoa. That's a heavy statement right there. Complete said the U.S. went to save Hitler. The U.S. had some of his greatest financial backers. I mean, actually, I do know about this. Uh, you had individuals who was actually convicted of providing Hitler with funds. In fact, George Bush's uh, which one? The 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 son. You got George Bush the son, George Bush the father. The father's father got convicted. He used to be the president of the bank, and he got convicted of providing funds to Hitler. Ford, I'm not aware of the specific history with the funds, but I do know he was providing the how would you say, like the equipment. He was providing the like, he makes engines and stuff. So like the German planes and the whatever different vehicles that Ford was making money off of that. The wordsmith said, O'Malley Yeshitela caused World War II, the imperialist war, and he says that it was white people fighting white people over who gets the biggest portion of Africa. You're probably talking about World War One, though. That's what it sounds like. By uh, by World War II, Africa was already carved up. By the way, who is Omali Yeshitela? But let's go ahead and open the floor up. Before we wind this one down, open the floor up. That's the link right there. So Complete said if Hitler would have won, the U.S. would have still been poised to gain. In which way do you mean? Going on you're taking us on a little history tangent here, you know. But in what way do you O'Malley is from the African People's Socialist Party. All right. said economically and politically. I mean, I will say this, and I don't know if this is what you was talking about. World War II, the biggest thing that America gained in World War II was improving their position on the imperialist kind of chart. You know what I'm saying? You know, you still, the empires basically was destroyed in name, you know what I'm saying, uh, after World War One, but you still had, you know, Britain and France basically still holding on to, uh, you know, certain colonies, you know, but after World War Two, basically, you know, America comes, you know, more into that sphere. You know, before that, the American Empire is basically what they took over from the Spanish in the Spanish American War. You know, uh, so like you in terms of, if that's what you mean in terms of at least politically, they stood to uh, they stood to be there to pick up the slack. You know, in other words, they took over certain colonies. You know, certain colonies that Britain had. It's like, all right, well, you know, we saved you right there. So, you know, we'll just take Saudi Arabia. Complete said is how I see it. They resisted going to war at first because he had supporters. He still does to this day. Um, I mean, you know, these are, you know, like I said, you know, I mostly don't think about you know, your Hitlers and your Stalins. You know, mostly just um, you know, in terms of I pay attention to you know, politics in terms of nation building. You know, like if you're talking about in terms of two people, you know, who you know, took people that was you know, the situation was in a bad situation, you know, and elevated those people up, you know, in terms of just a society, you know, there has to be some things you can learn from them. You know what I'm saying? You know, and in terms of especially with Hitler, you know what I'm saying? But Stalin too, you know, in their use of propaganda and how they use ideas and propaganda against their people, you know, in order to, like I said again, learn a lesson of how these ideas and propaganda is being used against us here in America right now. You know, so, you know, things like that I think about, but you know, in terms of say like if I rock with them or not, um, yeah, I probably had to see a movie and then see like if in the movie if I like his character. You know, not his character as a person. I'm saying the character, you know, whoever's playing him. But we got Show and Prove, 120 degrees in the background, Encyclopedia Grant Browns in the background. Show and Prove.
Show and prove is me, bro.
Okay.
You want to see? You don't see my face in that other picture when you look at that?
Yeah, now it looks tiny right there, man. I can't see that. Oh yeah, I see you on the screen though on Zoom.
Bro, no, that's me. I was in the school that day. I had the pictures in the background. I bought me a shirt. What is that 5% shirt? That was the dope shirt. I like that shirt. And my cousin stole my shirt, bro. Ain't no more shirts like that, bro. That shit was blue in the middle, and that shit was dope. This nigga stole my shit, bro. I was like, yo, I ain't get that shit back yet, son. Nigga said, I don't know what you talk about, God. I don't deal with mystery. You can't have nigga. My cousin get jacked me, bro. That's crazy, bro. That was my favorite shirt, bro. You know how you get a t-shirt and you wash it and it look the same, nothing happened to it. You know you got to keep that, right?
Yeah.
That means it's special. You know what I'm saying? Man. Well, what's good with you, God?
Ron Freddy said, do you think China, Russia, and America will be under one currency? So you gotta ask MBK Crypto.
I mean, I don't know about one currency. I would just say the mode, which I think is going to be digital, bro. Like, yo, man, you gotta really look at this, man. Like the center of wealth and everything has always been Africa, yo. Always. Always. The whole plan was, yo, let's get Africa because of the natural resources. You know what I mean? And who was over there? They got them Chinese dudes over there. They inducted them in their tribes, picking them up, holding them, talking about he's a Yoruba now. He's in the Khan chief now. That's crazy, bro. And there's so many of them dudes. They like a little army, man. I'm saying I don't even know if I want to count them as the original man. They starting to scare me, God. I don't know about them, you heard? I don't know about them, God.
How much do they know their history? Do we have any idea of that? Like, do they know about?
You wanna hear some crazy shit? You know what I'm saying? Most of my clients, I'm saying, or some of them that I have Chinese and stuff like that. I have Japanese, then a Korean. Then I had a Korean girlfriend, so I had one of them. And for me hanging around them and being around them, son, like they don't know nothing about they shit. Like the Korean girl I was dating, I asked her about her flag. So when you look at the Korean flag, their culture is in their flag. So you look at that yin and the yang, that's there, but don't though the yin and the yang, the way that is written by the dots and the lines, they represent numbers like 9. I'm saying born and equality. That's crazy. But their whole religion is in that flag. You just look at it and think it's just a red dot. So no, that's a part of the Taoism, the divination. They don't know none of that. I'm teaching her about her shit. So when you ask them about it, I guess they Americanized in that way, and they don't identify with being nowhere. No, oh yeah, the ancient this dynasty, Shang, and these people were black. They don't know. They don't talk about that shit, God. They on a whole nother time, bro. They on a different type of time, and it's really on some up to date shit.
What about the African people though? Like they don't know their history, with this international,
Son, yo, all I ask you to do, produce me the Chinese person that wrote on African history. Produce it. And when you do produce it, it's going to be a woman and she had sexual relations with the black man. And, the earthquake took place and her mind opened up.
I don't understand how the Africans are cutting this deal though. Like how they, like it don't seem, y'all haven't made a favorable deal with the trader in like 3,000 years. Is
Yo, son, they accepted they bread. Like, yo, do we really gotta look at this? I'm saying, to see these people and what they doing over there, God, do we gotta do that so you can see how deep this is? So they calling these people their God. They letting them into the most sacredest thing there, which is their lineage, bro. Why? Because they're bringing technology. They're giving them jobs. They're changing their status of life. But at the same time, they're taking their resources because they don't have the means to produce those specific things. That's the yo. I'm sorry, son. You might as well call West Africa China, West Africa, bro. I'm serious, God. It's crazy, man.
I heard it's starting to be. They also starting to outsource the labor.
Yeah. So what you think they gonna do? They gonna call them. They gonna call them people God. Look, watch this. Look at this shit. Let me put this up here. Look at this. Look at these motherfuckers. This is all going on right now as we talking. Where you think Akon got that money from, bro? Who you think giving him that bread? Check it out. Chinese engineer. Look at him. Let's look at him. Just get a close up on this motherfucker. Look at this guy. Look at him. He's holding the sacred what? Let's read. Chinese engineer made Nigerian tribal chief for role in development. It's 2019. A man from central China has been made a Nigerian tribal chief for his contribution to infrastructure development in the African country. Yeah, that's just one dude. And it goes on, and on. So
Yeah,
what do we say about this shit, God?
that's absolutely crazy right there.
That shit don't even look right, bro.
Yeah, that don't look right at all.
So I'm talking about this shit is happening all in East Africa. It's happening everywhere. It's happening all over the place. It's crazy, bro.
But I'm saying, like, what is their idea? Like, have the Africans said, well, like I'm saying with Kwame Nkrumah, right? How
Mm-hmm.
he had a particular idea. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, he got jerked on it or whatever, but he had the whole thing mapped out. We're gonna make this aluminum plant, and we're gonna get on the world stage, right? What have any of the leaders from the African countries come out and said, well, yeah, this is what we're doing, and this is our development plan right here.
Nope. The development plans and the things are brought in by the China man. And they'll explain to you that plan for the development of their country. Yeah, man. Talking about, yo, that stuff is going all through there, yo. It's crazy, God. I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't
But
know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. Like this right here. I don't know if you've seen this before, God. Let me put this on it. This is the last one. This will let this sink in for you. Let this sink in. Let this sink in. A Chinese man has just been made a chief in Ghana. Look at him. Let's blow this up. Let's get a little. They holding this dude up like he is God. Look at him. Look at him. A Chinese man, Sun Kwang, has been installed. So you know what that means? That stool and one of the people of the Akana Ashanti, that stool represents their spiritual connection to their creator and lineage. They installed this dude, bro. A town in Eastern Range, Ghana. This title, I don't know how to pronounce that, is often given to non-royals who could be politicians or tourists engaged in development. Okay, I'll be corrected on that. And some Ghanaians are not so enthusiastic over the development. So you got some Africans that ain't feeling it. I mean, following the installment was given a traditional stool name. The name, I don't know how to pronounce that. One who has done something to benefit others. Yeah, man. Check them out. Chilling in the African garb. You think they doing that because they love those black people? You think that we're gonna help and give you some technology, blah 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 blah. Nah, son.
Yes, sir. They gave him an African name.
Yo, look at him, God. Look at him.
Say, hold on, man. They gave him an African.
Yo, nigga got an African. No, he got an attribute. Let's hold up. Let's go look back. He got an attribute. It says a Chinese development. The title. So we know if it's a title, it's an attribute. Nakakushi Ini is often given to non-royals. What does it says? He was given a traditional stool name, Barmia Kofi. This nigga name is Kofi now. The name Ai Boapa in Ghana literally means one who has done something to benefit others.
Oh, man.
Yo, I don't even want to show no more, son, because I looked at this all through there. And then they have a couple of things with them niggas abusing the women over there.
Man.
On some sex traffic shit.
Yeah, you knew that wasn't gonna take no time at all right there for that to start happening.
I don't know what to say, God.
It's gotta be something. It's like somehow the message just gotta get through to them that listen, man, don't take nothing from nobody, son. Like we gotta tell them like the first time somebody going to Rikers Island, listen, man, don't take nothing from nobody.
Yo, the God said don't take nothing from nobody, yo. You see something on your bed, throw that shit out the cell.
I'm dead ass, man. What the fuck? Because when I first seen it, that's right. I was, and you know what's funny about that? My mom that was like something that she used to say, that if something was out of place, right? If a person was out of place, she would always say, yo, you stick out like a Chinese person in Africa. Yeah. Now you see this nigga here riding on their shoulders and shit.
The name of the nigga Kofi and shit.
Yeah, I'm saying that's how you go.
That shit crazy, God.
Yeah. I wonder if he be going by that shit when he over there, say. He be like, yo, hold on, man.
Yo,
I wonder how far you can take that.
I mean, it's funny, like, to say it, but then it's not, like, because we know that it's agenda behind that shit, bro. I mean, that shit crazy, yo. I don't know what to say, God. Yeah, man. I see you be trying to act like you got bars, God. I don't know, man. You know, I don't want to come through and crush your mic, God. I don't want to hurt your feelings. You know what I'm saying? Sound like I know you be dropping knowledge and shit, man. I want some that rap shit. You can't drop knowledge better than me in the music, yo. I don't want to do it to you, God. I don't want to do it to you, God. I heard a couple joints you went in on something. This shit was crazy. I don't know, God. I'm gonna have to show you how you do this. I don't know, God. God sitting back, rubbing his chin, like, what the fuck? What is this brother talking about? Oh man, but I don't know what's going on with that, God. I mean, it looked crazy. I thought it was fake when I saw it, cause you know how dudes be putting memes up. So I'm like, so I had to check because they never put the article there. So I had the image search it so I could see what site it came from, and I was like, yo, this is real. And then I just kept looking, and I was like, God damn, yo.
But you know something though, when you look at it though, and like it's I think it's one of the things where it's easier to see, right? It's easier to see from the outside looking in and shit, right? Because you can see the whole picture and shit. But then when you look at it, we be doing a lot of the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Like in terms of falling victim to the same fucking game they've been running for the whole time we've been over here and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't know what to say, bro. Like, I don't know, God. What do we say about it? What impact is that gonna have on the world?
Yo, that's what I was thinking. Like, look, imagine he stick with that. So now look, when you going back, right? When whoever's Encyclopedia Brown 500 years from now, and they looking back at the names and they trying to, you know, get down to the root of who's who and what's what. Now you got Chinese motherfuckers walking around named Coffee. Like, what does that add on to the story? Like, you know what I'm saying? What you know, is that like another level of gentrification that's happening on a continent wide basis though?
Yeah, let's check it out. Let's look at it then. This will be real quick. I looked at this a couple of weeks ago. So let's check it out. Let's see what they're doing. 3 reasons why Chinese invest in Africa. China and Africa have been partnering on investment from approximately the last 11 years. All right. And it says that it's increasing. It says at the 2018 China African Cooperation Forum, China announced it would be providing 60 billion in financial support to Africa.
Ain't even no money.
Yeah. And this article will review why China has prioritized and increased its investments in Africa. Some of the primary motivations that lie behind China's push toward increased investments in African nations include the desire to secure a solid base of raw materials to fuel China's own rapidly growing economy, the desire to increase China's global political influence, and the major growth opportunity presented by the emerging market economies in Africa, bro. So they need the African to stay alive, bro. Let's keep moving. The quest of more of raw materials, mining and oil remain the primary focus of China's investments. However, the country's investments extend throughout virtually every market sector, including everything from infrastructure to food processing. Chinese investments in the largely undeveloped infrastructure of African nations are particularly strong, encompassing key areas such as utilities, telecommunications, post-construction, and transportation. Now, let's get for real. These guys are the tribe of Shabazz. These dudes is trying to plant the dynamite in Africa and blow the African people off so that they can move in. I'm just saying, God, what it look like? Let's keep moving. Yo, look, China's investments have the countries well positioned to profit from continual economic development in Africa. Many Chinese firms invested in Africa are state-owned. This gives them a notable competitive edge when, for example, bidding procurement contracts in African countries, since the companies can obtain substantial subsidies. So this is from the government. This ain't even private people. Look, the stakes in Africa are high due to the continent's rich abundance in raw material. Africa is estimated to contain 90% of the entire world supply of platinum, cobalt, half of the world's gold supply, 2/3 of world magnesium, 35% of the world's uranium. It also accounts for 75% of the world's coltan, an important mineral used in electronic devices, including cell phones. China has also been expanding its military presence into Africa and rivaling the United States on investment and military activity there. China, premier emerging market nation, and the well-being of its economy significantly impacts world markets. So this goes to what you said, God. as the world's largest nation continue. So they are considered the world's largest nation, God. As the world's largest nation continues its economic expansion, Chinese leaders recognize the increasing need for national resources, food, and product markets necessary for continued growth. There you have it. And there's the political motivations. I'm not reading all of this, but this is what it is, God. So, with that being said, the Chinaman is trying to manifest God in his image on the planet. You can take it as a conspiracy theory. That's not what it sounds like. Control the world resources, then you control what? The economy. I don't know, God.
There's no so like they don't have like a kind of NAFTA deal though. Like nobody, that's what I keep wondering. Like where does, because right there you said 60 billion.
Right.
That's not no money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Especially when you're talking about in terms of like those resources that you just named, right?
Yeah,
The
that's
companies that's using them resources, they make 60 billion a quarter.
Hey, now you just hit it on the nose, God. So because there's not a lot of infrastructure there, if they just help and give people jobs and do the little stuff that they doing for them, yeah, we gonna give you this for this, that, and the third. But we need this right here. We need this uranium. We need this. We need that, and we gonna trade this with this. They gonna give it to them, but you know that they quadrupling that money, God. So I mean, I know we say, yo, we ain't going back to Africa. We ain't doing that. I know we say that. I know I mean, as a people, yeah, we got more bread than most third world countries that's around. Oh, they don't use that word no more, but you know, the countries that's not aligned with the US. And we don't have no investments there. I mean, and they think they slick because Akon, you know, he likes his people because that's where he from. But who's backing him? The Chinaman is backing him. That ain't his bread. And they use him as a face to try to get more people to get involved so that they could build their social equality. They're telling you straight up why they're doing this. Our ever increasing numbers of the world's largest nation in China, and we need to have these raw materials so that we can continue to compete and grow and thrive. I don't know, God. I don't know what to say, God. I'm lost, God.
So SW said they got the ports locked. So this is the Chinese companies is running the ports in Africa.
I don't know about
that's the formula. That's the you know, like when you read that book, How Europe, what is it? How Europe underdeveloped Africa.
Yeah.
You know how, you know, when you control the ports, you know what I'm saying, then you controlling all the economic activity that's even occurring inland. You know what I'm saying? All the flow of all the traffic starts to go through that port. But you said you had a Chinese person tell you after I asked him who he think God is. If you ask me, I would say you are God, but the Africans are mean and make it difficult to help. That's where that happened. That's quite an answer. Divine truth said, knowing and understanding the history of their continent, all who go with the idea of exploiting the continent, what it says, for oh or they exploit the continent for its natural resources. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I mean, it comes a point. What I'm saying is that just when like it do the Africans know African history, I'm saying that what I'm saying is, you got the Greeks, you got the Romans, you got the Arabs, you got the French, you got the British, you got the, you know what I'm saying? Like, every single one of these deals was a bad deal. You understand what I mean? So now that you got the Chinese coming in, you know what I'm saying? Just like the stuff that Rabun was saying just now, you know, are they using that bargaining chip when you making these deals? Like, in other words, listen, son, we know you hurting, son. And you got a little bit of cake and all that, but we know you hurting, son. We not making no dummy deal like that. 60 billion. Hey, dude, you need 60 billion is to come and talk to us. That's just to get 10 minutes to try to tell us something good and maybe we'll think about it. But if you cut in the same deal with each one of these people that's coming, you know what I'm saying? Meaning, like, when you look, what is Africa, like 52 countries or something like that?
Yeah, I think so.
Now,
I think it's like
good.
something.
Yeah, so now out of them 52 countries, right, you got all different ethnic diversity there now. I'm talking about because of the last, 800 years. You know what I mean? Where you got the Dutch, the English, you got Indians, you got Arabs, you got, what I mean? All these different types of people in any one of these countries, right? Where, there's some real prosperity to be had, are the original people enjoying any of that prosperity? You know what I'm saying? And that's because every single deal that you made was a bad deal. So now you got the next people coming, and like I said, is there really, like, does that mindset exist of knowing that this world is out there? You know what I'm saying? Meaning, like, in 1400, right? 1500, 1600, I'm saying, all throughout these different years, right? The color man is going on his, quote unquote age of exploration, right? And he's finding all these different people. Now, he already got a determined idea of what he's trying to accomplish with this exploration. He's going out looking for resources and riches. The people that he's encountering, they not internationally minded. They don't even know you exist. But after a certain period of time, you got to get hip to what's going on. The same thing I said here, in terms of us being in America and really understanding what capitalism means and what democracy means. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, consumerism, that's a part of what makes capitalism works. You know what I'm saying? But you don't want to just be caught up in just being a consumer. You understand what I'm saying? You want to join the side of capital, you know what I'm saying? Whether you're dealing with investment, whether you're dealing with manufacturing and production. You understand what I mean? These is the ways that you be successful at capitalism. Just
Facts,
like
dog. Facts on facts.
just like in democracy, you know what I'm saying? It's the amount that you participate that is really going to have to deal with your success. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing where, you know, if you just voting, then you know, you basically you just being a part of somebody else plan. You know what I'm saying? You vote for this person or that person to see how much, you know, how much juice they got, you know, how strong their ability is to, you know, really, you know, use the people. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody uh wins, but they barely win. See, that's different than if somebody wins by a landslide. You understand what I'm saying? Like, just think, you know, the original people made a big difference in the presidential election, but we
What
seeing
you
right
said? Wait. What you said last? I didn't hear you. You said
the
what?
original people made a big difference in the
Yeah,
presidential
yeah.
election.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But you know, if you just stop right there, then you just was a part of somebody else plan to do whatever they, you know, whatever their agenda is. If you don't got, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, you know, with a lot of things, like I said, the amount you participate, you know, and it's the speed that you participate too. The early bird get the worm. So, you know, a lot of times we sit back and wait, like, well, you know, let's see what they do. And if they start doing the wrong thing, then we're gonna hold them accountable. That's not what the other people do. Like right now, you got people, you got the lobbying people that they already got laws written up. They just waiting for the right person to come in office so that they can present them with that and get that pushed through. That's how far in advance they're already thinking on that. So, you know, the same way, you know, we got to learn how this thing works. You know, in the system that we in, you know, it seems like the brothers in Africa got to come to some understanding of how things work. You know, I don't know if, and I know a lot of the leadership. You know what I'm saying? The upper class people that uh is in Africa, a lot of them been educated in Europe. You know what I'm saying? You know, because uh of immigration, that people realize that, yo, saying, you know, we keep digging all this shit out of the ground. We don't even know what the fuck it is. You know, we put it on these ships and they keep taking the ships. They know that something's going on because those ships keep coming. So they go to the place where the ship is coming from to try to see if they can get a part of it. So you know that it's an international thing going on. Like these people is making they self rich off of stuff that they getting from uh Africa, but you know it seems like they're not understanding. Just even in terms of, you know, you got other people like right now you got Castro, where because he had an understanding of, all right, you got the Russians and you got the Americans. So now just because both of them, you know, is they want me to be down with them, I can get the best deal.
Yeah, man. Yo, I'm just normally I'm not lost for words, but I'm lost for words, bro.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Normally I'm not lost for words, but
They gave him an African name.
yo, I'm lost for words, bro. Yo, what's the science? What's this Women's History Month?
Well,
I've never heard of this shit.
I
Somebody
was
fill me in.
I was mostly avoiding it. Um, yeah, I would say this is the first. I think this is the first time I heard of it The only reason I heard of it is it's automatically on your phone, on my phone. Like it came up in the alerts.
Let me do a well, our friendly Google has the answer to everything. Just so you know that Google is God. It is omnipresent, omniscient, omni whatever. Google. What is this shit? Okay. Women's History Month is an annual declared month that highlights the contributions of women to events in history and contemporary. It is celebrated during March in the United States, the United Kingdom, and Australia. Africa has nothing to do with this, huh? Corresponding with International Women's Day on March 8th, and during October in Canada, corresponding with the celebration of Persons Day. The fuck is Persons Day? The commemoration began in 1978 as Women's History Week. Yo, why they copying us, God? Why they copying the original, man?
And that was the
That was the blueprint. Okay, it said it started in Sonoma County, California. Who the hell? Where is that? And was championed by Gerda Lerner and the National Women's History Alliance. All right, let's take a picture. Who is this lady? Behold, let's look at her, God. I'm about to put her on the screen. Here's the founder. So I don't know none of this, y'all. I don't know nothing about this because I never paid attention to this. Here she is, the founder of Women's History Month. She's an Australian, born American historian and women histories author. She served as president. Blah. Lena was one of the founders of the academic field. Oh, she was one of the founders of the academic field of women's history in 1963 while still an undergraduate, blah, blah, blah. She taught great women in American history, blah, blah, blah. Never heard of her. I don't know nothing about this. So you just heard something I don't know about. I don't know about that shit, God.
I mean, right now, and I wonder where that Nigerian guy is now too.
Which one?
The one who said he wanted to abolish Black History Month.
Oh yeah.
Come out and say he want to abolish this.
Nah, he ain't gonna say that. Yo, you know what I was reading, God? Yo, hold on. I'm gonna show you this book that I bought, right? So I just happened to open it because I was looking up. Oh no, I don't want to share my screen because you might see something. Let me see. Hold up. Let me pull this up because I just took a picture of this motherfucker. All right, check this book out right here. I'm gonna bring something up. It's kind of funny. I think this shit is hilarious. I think it's hilarious. So this book here, The Abolitionist Sisterhood, Truth Shall Set You Free, Women's Political Culture in Antebellum America. So why I got this book is because it talks about Africa. African Americans in Africa, what they built, etc., etc., etc. I found some stories in here that blew my mind. Yo, I had no idea that in the 1600s, in Virginia, these European women would marry Black people, and the white man would get mad at them and tell them, if you marry this Black man, we are going to make you a slave along with him. And they said, make me a slave. I said, yo, what the fuck? I'm like, yo, I said, yo, hold up. This must be some one incident or something. So I'm reading this and I'm like, what the hell? And then these are the women that later on become the abolitionists later on down the line. I say, yo, I'm done, God. Yo, what they talking about, son? They said they gonna make you a slave, bro. And then they turned around and say, yo, I don't care. Make me a slave. Now we know why they really mad at us, son. Even at the lowest of the lowest that you tried to bring us down, your counterpart said, we don't care. We want to be with the slave. That shit gotta hurt, God. That shit gotta hurt. Yo, that shit had to hurt. Yo, son, imagine you the devil, God. Imagine you the devil. You running shit. You like, yeah, these. And then you see, what's his name, daughter coming down the block talking about, I'm marrying this dude. You like, what you talking about? That dude is like, just put yourself in their mind frame. Like, we not even humans to them, bro. And you like, what are you talking about? Are you trying to marry a piece of garbage? And it kept happening so much, they had to make all these new laws. And now I understand why I see all those laws and shit like that. And then you had the ones that was doing bullshit, that was creeping on the side of them when they got caught. No, he raped me. They did that shit too. So no, I'm not. I just want to put that out there. I'm not trying to make them seem like they some special kind of fuck. No, I just never seen that. And I thought it was interesting that they say, yo, make me a slave.
Yeah, that's another wild one right there.
Yo, and then we want to know why they mad at us. They gotta hate us, son. That shit must have made them furious, God.
Hey, listen, man, they had to make it illegal.
Yeah, they was mad, son.
Fucking-
Yo, that shit crazy, yo. She said, make me a slave.
we gotta make this straight up illegal.
This is a hotep. The channel, the views and opinions do not reflect Darkim. Even though he let me come on here, I'm just stating history. That's all. Okay, you can feel, God. I don't know what you want to talk about now.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, you don't want to say that. You don't want to say that on that app.
On the what app? Oh, that? Oh, that'd be a good combo, son.
You don't want to. Man.
Yo, what would I name it though?
I don't know, but I know the goddesses will get you. Like,
Yo, I'm gonna have to block my Instagram. I say, yo, let me block my Instagram before I do this. Block my Instagram, yo. No, I'll block my other Facebook page. All right. Then I'll do it.
But I guess that's like that those women that they had some type of alliance with Frederick Douglass.
Yeah. Oh no, God. I don't know what to say, man. But how you feel about that 24-hour video? What happened? It wasn't post, right? Or you ain't put it up?
Yeah, I think the whole thing ain't what's the name? Yeah, there's something. When, the longer the video is, the longer it takes to post and shit.
Oh. How many hours was it?
I think it ended up being like close to 30 or something.
To understand the type of hours, yo, it's crazy, yo.
That shit was so just leave this shit on, man. Like, fuck it.
Yeah, but we gotta
I end up getting kicked out though. I don't know what happened.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, Zoom kicked me out. And then because when Zoom first kicked me out, I thought the whole thing ended.
Nah.
And then I look on my phone and shit. Y'all saw there listening to music.
Oh man.
And, but yeah, those they said they had a falling out though because their mentality was that they was helping Frederick Douglass deal with abolition. They was helping him deal with the abolition, and so then they expected him to help them with feminism. So it came a certain point where they say to Frederick Douglass, like, yo, so, we've helped you out, and, it's the Emancipation Proclamation or whatever. So, we need you to help us do our thing now. And Frederick Douglass said, it's not your time yet. so they got pissed off. They got tight. I think they never spoke to him again after that.
Oh wow, I ain't read that one.
Yeah, but that's an alliance, But that was definitely, you could see that concept kind of in the laws that they ended up passing. You know what I'm saying? Where the point of the laws, right, is to protect the white women from the black men. The laws don't really protect the white men from the black women. You understand what I'm saying? Like, this is something that he's trying to access, the entire time, from the time he get to any place where you get, where it's original people. You know what I'm saying? And then even when you look at a lot of the what a lot of the opposition was saying, the opposition to like school integration and all of that. You know what I'm saying? It was they was speaking those actual words that, we don't want little white girls to go to school and sit next to little black boys.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I know one thing, man. I'm getting sick of this social media. Nigga, they keep kicking me off Facebook, yo, man. They keep blocking me, son. They're trying to silence me, son. Nigga, every time I turn around, we gotta give you 30 days. I'm like, damn, son, like, yo, why y'all keep putting me on key block and shit, man? Like, damn, be like, the fuck, man? That's that bad? I'm that bad that y'all gotta keep kicking me out? You can't stop me, man. I got mouthpieces, man. They gonna talk to me, but
Yeah.
Yeah, God, you don't want to see my Facebook, son. That's where I get ratchet, son. I get ratchet. I get ratchet.
I don't really talk too much on Facebook. So I ain't never been in Facebook jail and all that. But
yeah, that's where I get to, like, if I'm beefing with somebody about information, that's when I turn up. You know what I'm saying? I make my little videos and clown dudes and do all that. I don't do it on YouTube though, but I do it on that. So these dudes can't take it, son. So they go run to the police, son, and tell them. I'm like, yo, son, y'all was just beefing with me, man. Like, they beefing with me at the same time they telling them. And I'm looking at the goddamn Facebook while you mad because I'm beating you up. And I'm looking at it, and they send you a message. This comment has been reported. So I'm like, what the fuck is it in the conversation that I'm having? I'm like, yo, I didn't curse. I didn't say the N word. And that shit would be like, yo, cyber. What you said is bullying. I'm like, yo, wow, y'all niggas, y'all corny, son. Keep blocking me, yo.
I got put in jail for talking about the transgenders in women's sports. Yeah, that's
yeah, they be putting people in jail for that. If you say stuff about that, they lock you up.
But that's one of them things though that that's an issue that people are observing from the outside, and you say what you think. But I'm saying, that's something that I've even seen female athletes, like they try to cancel them or whatever, because they was like, listen, you remember Martina Navratilova?
What, the fighter?
She used to play tennis. She was
Nah.
dominating.
Oh, that 19-year-old?
Nah, but like back in the 80s, she was
Oh,
dominant.
nah, God. Come
You
on,
know what I'm
man.
saying?
You
And
can't take me back too far. I'm old, but I'm not old as you, God.
she was even she was even one of the first people that was on steroids and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
Like
I didn't know about her,
in,
God.
in athletes, you know. But even she was like, nah, you can't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm world class. You know what I'm saying? Like she dominated for the whole 80s. You know what I'm saying? But it's one of the things where she was like, listen, even with all that, I'm telling you, you know, you cannot compete with a man. You know what I'm saying? You know, so yeah, that's something that's gonna you know, that I can't really call it what level, if it's, you know, something to distract people or whatever, but that's something that's going to continue to have, you know, like a social impact. You know what I'm saying? In terms of you know, the only thing I say about it is the same way they doing that with sports. I want them to do that at the bank. Like I want to
Mm.
be able to go down to the bank, right? And say, listen, I feel like a billionaire. So right now, I need a withdrawal of a couple $1,000,000. And if you don't give me the couple $1,000,000, that's clear discrimination.
Mm-hmm.
See, once this thing really soaks in, you know, but you know, that's something, you know, like when they did the thing where like with the bathrooms,
Mm-hmm.
you know, where it's like, you know, you can do whatever you want to do with your life, but I don't know if I'm comfortable with you going in the bathroom with the females in my family.
Crazy, bro.
So yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens with that. We're gonna have
Facts.
to see what happens with that. Cause it's a couple of cases going on in New Jersey where
Jersey? You said Jersey?
yeah, in Jersey, it's a couple of cases where it was two dudes that dominated, like they've been dominating for like 2 years. They've been dominating women's track.
Yeah, and I saw one, I forget, some big dude um doing wrestling, I think it was, or something like that, some kind of fighting. And then yeah, it was fighting. And I think the other was basketball or something like that. And I'm like, yo, man, you can't have a man fight a woman, bro.
Or
Like, you can't do that. And this dude was big, bro. I was like, yo, like, just not a woman, bro. Like, yo, why y'all? Yo, that's dead wrong, yo. Like, I'm just looking at this. I'm like, yo, this shit, this whole world. I mean, and that's what make you start looking at the Bible and be like, yo, this shit is Babylon for real, bro. You know what I'm saying?
It's one though. I saw one though one time. I ain't gonna front. The shit was wild funny, son. I'm talking about super funny. It was a dude, right? And he was playing women's rugby. Now, mind you, the dude, he was already, you know, just speaking on a regular day, he was already looked like probably about 6 foot 260. You know what I'm saying? And he's out there playing rugby, and it's like, yo, he's running into the crowd, saying, and you just see the women just flying like it's like cartoons, saying he's catching shoulder checks and everything. It's like, yeah. And he's out there cleaning clocks. And the shit that's funny is that the the other women that he's doing this to, they talking like, well, it's we don't have any problem with it because we're all open-minded and he's just a different type of woman. You like, yes. They got you ridiculously brainwashed.
Shit crazy, bro.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. In the MMA. Yeah, the guy he cracked the lady head open.
My dude, I have nothing to say. I think the shit is nuts, God.
Kendall Rowland, you watch the lingerie football league?
What did you just say?
The lingerie football league. You never saw it?
Nope.
Yeah, I seen it before. The LFL. They play with lingerie on. Like they got a little pads, little helmet, but nah, that's a different. These things. These matters. In society. That's in terms of just the roles that everybody got to play and everything, in every different endeavor that you do, you know what I'm saying? Whether it's what role that a man and a woman plays in the family, what role do men and women play in the workplace, you know what I'm saying? All these things is being questioned now. So, people is more confused. People is more confused about it.
I don't know, yo. I don't even think it's going to be confused about.
Yeah, I mean,
I went in the
I think one thing that happened is, a lot of times people say social construct, right? But that don't mean that it's not a hardcore reality behind that social construct. You know what I'm saying? Like you could tell me that race is just a social construct, but it's still black people and white people. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
And it happens scientifically. It don't cross. You know what I'm saying? It don't like
you ain't gotta make that case to me. I get it. This is what dudes be telling me, like, yo, yeah, God, see, race is a social construct. Science is proving it wrong. That's cute. Explain the racial wealth gap. Explain why they killing us. Explain why all this shit is still happening. Explain how if you walk in an establishment of these people and they all start looking at you weird. Nigga, it could be an idea that still exists and is live today, and it's gonna be like that as long as we in America.
Yeah, so
Have you ever left America, G?
not long. I never really, mingled all out and then walk the land and all that shit like that.
Yeah, like what the thing that is kind of weird, like I've been to Germany, I've been to Italy, and then in the Middle East, I was over there. But it's crazy that when you go there, this is a majority. I was scared, son. Everybody white, son. They said, so I'm like, yo, what if these dudes try to kill me over here, yo? That's the first thing I'm thinking. Like, I'm around a sea of white people. And I was like, damn. And I started doing the knowledge, and they be like, hi, how you doing? Oh, you in America? Oh, you play basketball? You play basketball? I'm like, nah. Nigga. Oh, I know you. You're a boxer. You boxer. You boxer. And I got my little Cuban on. I see you rapper. So this is where, yo, that shit was weird, bro. know what I mean? So I'm like, nah, son, I ain't none of that. Fuck out of here. But what I saw was that they kind of like look at you different, bro. I'm saying one, they know I'm American because of how I'm dressing, walking. You know, I'm not from no other country. You know, I'm American. And it's weird that they don't look at you in that way. But this is only on a visit. So, you know, you will have to live someplace to see exactly like, yo, what's the social dynamics. However, what I did see is the people who are immigrants to these countries, like Africans from like North and West Africa, they look at them different than me. And those are the people there that are on the bottom of society. But for me, even though I am of these people, admittedly, they don't look at me like that. That's some weird ass dynamic, God. The shit is
Yeah,
weird.
I know
It's
what you're talking
weird.
about. I
It's
know what you're talking
weird.
about. Like I even seen it, you know what I'm saying, where like say in particular in England, you know what I'm saying, because of the story there where they look at the West Indians, right, that migrated um to England differently than they look at the Africans that migrated there.
Mm, mm. Yeah, man. I don't know, God. We living in the last days. What's that? How you do it? We living in the last days. How that shit go in that Bible? What is that? Timothy, I think, said we live in the last days where
Yeah,
uh
Bishop,
children, their children will talk about children and let me see. Let me get biblical on these. Let me get biblical on you.
Bishop is
I,
the resident biblical scholar.
yo, what's the Don Bishop? What's the verse in I think it's Timothy that talks about the last days, talks about the parents and all that other stuff. I forgot, yo. Yo, man, I just want you to know, I think the God love eternal was peace, but he had to have a conversation with the God, and now he on a talking fast. I just wanted that when you talk to him, tell him I said that.
Kendra Rowland said constantly reminding her that she is black. Who needs reminding that they black? I do. You recall that happened to Oprah though a couple years ago? She was in France. This might have been like 10 years. Now this might have been a minute, but she went to the jewelry store in Africa. I mean, in France, right? And the lady wouldn't let her in.
Word?
Yeah, and then so when they asked the lady that was working there why she didn't let Oprah in, she said we be having problems with the Africans stealing.
Oh, wow. I
Yeah,
found I found the biblical verse, baby. Don Bishop wasn't fast enough. You wasn't fast enough, God. I had to go find it. Yo, I, but mark this. There will be terrible times in the last days. People will be lovers of themselves, lovers of money, boastful, proud, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, without love, unforgiving, slanderous, without self control, brutal, not lovers of the good, treacherous, rash, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God, having a form of godliness but denying its power, have nothing to do with such people. That shit sound like a prophecy. Well, that sound like God. That sound like a prophecy. Yo, and the math is wisdom, understanding, people power, yo. Oh man.
who is Timothy?
I don't know, God. I just know that's the book of the
All he
Bible.
doing it, losing people and shit. You know, like Romans and shit. Like, who is that? Just regular Romans niggas? They just let them right in there. What the fuck?
Yo, God, I have no knowledge of what Timothy. Who the fuck? I don't know nothing, God. I just know I read that a long time ago, and I thought that, I said, it kind of makes sense. I can't argue with that.
See, Don Bishop be knowing who all the people is. See, he came to that Hebrew Israelite, so he know the whole. He know the whole jump off.
They did Oprah dirty, yo.
Yeah, they did. She don't be mentioned. She ain't mentioned that.
No, of course she's not.
Oh, Meghan Markle. I really just found out who she is. I didn't know who she was, but
Who's that, God?
that's the broad that she's married to the dude from England, the
Oh, the
Prince.
Prince.
Yeah,
Everybody keep talking about that. Ain't she a mulatto anyway?
yeah. Like I don't really pay attention to that part of the newspaper.
I don't know, man. But I'm gonna jump over here, God. I got the conscious community mad at me.
Want to see?
Oh,
I want to see, man. When Top Cats, and I'm gonna do another jump off.
they gonna try to. I don't know. They'll come around. Well, I'm gonna catch them in there. I was over there talking to some guy about reparations. That was funny.
Oh yeah, they be, but that's the idea of reparations.
Yeah.
Is that they gonna say that this is really their land, but I mean that's the Caucasian tactic. Is that they pick somebody that they can control to be the leader, and then they have that person sign everything over. So, whatever I'm not sure which claim they planning on making, but they're gonna say, well, look, the Indians got their reparations.
I think Complete God said that is Paul writing to Timothy. Timothy was a bishop.
Oh, all right. So Paul, who you talking about? Paul. That was that was something too, man. That threw me for a loop about Christianity. You talking about Paul? That's the disciple that never walked with Jesus.
Yeah, he only seen him in a vision. Yeah, I was talking there. I was about to jump off. I was talking to some Christians too. I think it was yesterday. They made a group as Adam and Eve real. Someone said, I think the name of it was Adam and Eve doesn't exist. So what? So it was all the Christians in there. So I'm listening to this shit, and I'm like, yo, man, it's crazy because we was just building on this here on this very channel when we was talking about Eve and Adam and where the name come from, and it's a Mesopotamian story, and I'm like, yo, son, this shit is a story that predates the Bible, bro. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's not okay. But this is the origin. But how we know that? Because we have the writing. No, you see, we got the word of God, and this is the history. See, you looking at history, you appealing to history. Appealing to history, you only know about Adam and Eve from a book that's recorded. That is history. So what are we talking about here? Like, look, man, how old is Adam and Eve, yo, according to the scientists, bro? Oh, nah, you can't say that. I said, yo, Duke, listen, bro. It ain't just James Usher Bishop, bro. This is like the consensus. You dudes say from counting from the age of the people of Adam and all that wild stuff y'all be talking about, all of that genealogy tables and all that. That shit say 4004 BC or 5000, bro, depending if you're using the Masoretic text or if you're using the Septuagint. That's the only way you get these different dates. You in 5000 and 4000 BC. So the world was created in 4000 BC. I was having fun with it. They was mad at me, son. It was like, you're not a Christian. How you get in this group? Yo, who let him in here? Yo, them chicks be getting mad when I be coming through, bro. No girls like me, son. I can't get them to like me, God. I don't know what to do, God. I can't win with the soccer princesses. I can't win with the indigenous women. And now I got the Christian women mad as hell at me.
You're a heathen and a non-believer.
But we subscribe to this. I say, yeah, but you guys are in this group having this public discussion, so let's talk about it. How you gonna discount all of the people? All right, so all we gotta do is pull up creation, bro, and you gonna see all of your favorite church leaders, all these weird names, whatever they. I don't remember that stuff, dog, because I read this so long ago. So I had to go look at Wiki while I'm talking, and then I get to see all these dudes' names. They all saying the same shit, bro. They all say 5,000, 4,000 BCE. Yo, Duke, you said the world was created 6,000 years ago. Elijah was right, maybe. I don't know. But this is weird. Y'all don't think that's weird, man? Adam and Eve was the only person on the planet. Cain killed Abel, then get exiled to the place of Nod, which is called the wilderness and the land of fugitives. Wait a minute. Like, but where this city of Nod come from? Who did that? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I was having fun with them, yo. Oh man, yo.
Yeah, that definitely was one of my first questions. Like,
That was one of your first ones.
It's the only person. Then how Cain found a wife?
You know what I did find out was weird, and I stick to that like how you stick to it. But I also saw this, and I thought this was weird, and no one never spoke about it. I don't know. Maybe you could tell me, God. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up. But what did it say? Because I might get it wrong. That's why I'm looking it up. Other yo, ain't no Christians on here, so I know that I ain't gotta worry about no Hebrews or nobody seeing this, so they could try to come back and argue. All right, hold on.
Yeah, they be watching. They come sometimes in the comments after the video. But they don't come on the live too tough.
Yeah, here we go. So no one never talked about this. You know that if a person just read the book that they could kind of kill us, I think. So this is Genesis chapter 4:5, right? So it says Genesis 5:4. The days of Adam after he fathered Seth was 800 years, and he had other sons and daughters. So who are those people? Or am I messing up? Maybe Don Bishop can help me. Am I messing up the chronology? Because if it's Cain and Abel, and those are the only people on the planet Earth, Cain, Abel, Adam and Eve, or whatever how that go. So after they have their children, or does that mean that they had other children that they didn't speak about, and those people went and built a so-called city? Like, that shit don't make no sense. But what do you think about that, God?
In terms of like what tribes of people these people are supposed to be and all that?
Nah. Just because you see the argument that the first thing I looked at was the same thing you said. Like, yo, you got Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, Cain killed Abel, and then he goes to this fucking city of Nod of fugitives or some shit like that is called. So our first thing is, where the hell these people come if these are the only people on the planet? And how come?
What I think about it in terms of just the what's the name?
Just the story.
Right, the story. What I think is that's a pay stint like the story of Cain and Abel, right? That's some other story. Like that might have been some story from some other, let's just say Sumerian, just for the example, right? That might be a question about, or something, a story about how evil came into the world. You know what I mean? That, in the beginning of time, it was two brothers and one betrayed the other one. And then that's why it's negativity in the world. You know what I'm saying? And then they mix that with some other stories of creation where, when you look at that part of Genesis, at least, it's a lot of paste-ins, like just a story that you took from somewhere else and you blended it in. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, uh, God created man from an image, right? And then he created man from the dust on the ground. So those are two different stories that they put together, at, some point, I don't know, like you said, is, the Bible is being compiled over time. But that's the reason why I think is that disconnect, you know what I'm saying, and other disconnects too. You know what I'm saying? Just like there's a lot of other, Jesus-like characters, at least. You know what I'm saying? From John the Baptist to Elijah, those are all different stories that they collected from different people and kind of blending them together.
Mm.
Because even if you notice, like the way they come in and go out, like they just come into the story and then they disappear and then it just goes on with, after this period of time, then it's Seth and, all these other people. Then all of a sudden, a whole population of people, you know what I'm saying, all of a sudden now come from Cain and shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, these other people, we're going to bring them into the story, right? So how are we going to blend them in? Well, these is the descendants of Cain.
That shit crazy. Yo, Kendall Rowland, he said Cain found a wife among the people who are already. Yeah, we get that point. But if you look at what I just read, it said that Adam and Eve have other sons and daughters. Those other sons and daughters are not mentioned. So when he had Cain and Abel, they probably had more, according to the book, which I know I don't believe it, that he lived 800 years or whatever, or 900, whatever, how that go. So maybe those other people were already his kids who moved over there, according to the story. It's all bogus to me. I just thought it was interesting. I didn't know how I missed that. That's
Yeah.
all, Kendall. That's all, Kendall.
Yeah, that's what I always thought about it.
Yeah, I get it, God. I get it. When it says, let us make man in our image, I know the word actually is Elohim. And Elohim, that means powers. Some say goddess and goddesses. I don't know. I'm saying, but I don't know. But Elijah did say, like you said, that that's the white man. That's what he said. He said that the people was already here, and it was the original black people who made them. Hey, to each their own, man. I know they was looking at the same problem that we just looked at by just looking at the book, and was like, this shit don't make no sense. There was people here already. This is a new people. Oh, it's crazy too, God, that Quran that they study. Where is my Quran at? I think I have it in here. That green one by Mulana, whatever the hell is there. I have it in here. Do you know that in his version of his Quran, he says that there's multiple Adams, meaning that every race has its own Adam, but the name is Adam, you heard? So it's a commentary though. It's not like what the Quran is. Because when I started reading the Quran, I did it the way I was reading the Bible. So all I was looking for was where it says man is God. That's all I was reading the Bible for. I didn't care about who these people were. I'm just reading this book looking for where the hell they say man is God. And that's how I looked at it. So when I went through that whole book, I went to the Quran and I started reading it. And then, but I was reading that version because it has a lot of commentary on it. And then that's where I saw in that book, when they were speaking about heaven and hell, there was a part there. I'm gonna swing it back to the Adam, but it said that Muhammad was asked a question. If the heavens consume the whole earth, where is hell? And he said that it's a condition of they are in the same place. So I said, oh shit. So basically that right there as a commentary to the verse in the Quran, but as whatever their hadith or supposedly the sayings of this person, said person, that's crazy because you're saying that heaven and hell is not real. You're saying that it's two conditions, it's in the same place. Because the question was asked, if the heavens consume the whole earth, where the hell was hell? Oh, that's not the answer. Part is so God. He said, where is the night when the day comes? Ooh, my memory is still good. God, I ain't that old yet, God. He said, where is the night when the day comes? And then comes the dude saying, oh, it's two conditions. So anyway, back to the atoms. So he's basically saying in the commentary that each nation has its own atom. And I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. So that's how I was reading the Quran. I wasn't looking at nothing else. I just wanted to see where the fuck does it say that you say Allah is man, and that's it. I don't want to see nothing else. That's my first go through of the book.
That's kind of crazy right there. I wonder how that logic plays itself all the way out. So does everybody got their own Abraham and Noah and all that too?
Nah, I didn't see that. I only just saw. I was like, wow. You know what I'm saying, because when I was reading it, in English, when it's talking about God, it's saying we all the time. So it'd be like we, and it said we said, and this, that. So when it's saying that, it's referring to God, right? But it's saying we. But now that I know about linguistics, I would probably have to go through that study again, because now I know, like, yo, you gotta read the shit in the language it's written in. If I'm looking at it in English, I'm gonna come up with that understanding and be like, yo, this is what this. But I ain't doing that. I don't have no real aspirations of doing that. But because of where I was at, I had nothing but time to read. I was getting room service, God. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, son. I stayed in that goddamn box. I would get a room service, and all I had was my book, son. And I would just sit there, read, write my rhymes, do my 2,000 push-ups, do my pull-ups on that gate when they open that shit, and same thing every day. Year after year, then I said, okay, it's time for me to get out of here. Okay, I submit. I'll do programs. I submit, and yeah. So half of this stuff I know, God, is from there. Because if you out here in the world, son, you don't have time to be reading all this shit, bro. Because you working. You know what I'm saying? You could take time out to read things, but like half of that is because of I was just reading like a madman, son. And then I got books. So every time I read a book, I would write like 300 words on the most important part of the book. That's why I remember a lot of these things, because I might not know the whole book, but I know the premise of the book. So I could I remember page 89, the blood of my eye on this page. He said this, that, but I don't remember the whole book. I just know the main parts that stuck out to me to the book. So I don't know, man. But that Adam thing is weird, right?
Mm-hmm. But Adam means man, though, right? In Hebrew.
Yeah, it means blood. And you look at certain one. It has a different meanings. So one will be like red, pink, red, pink, and something else. That's some old dictionaries that say that. And then in the Hebrew language, there's not supposed to be any vowels there. Like there's no A really there, but it's a certain diacritical mark that they put there that give it that sound, but the actual words are just DM. All that means is blood. I mean, so I don't know, God. That'll be like the same thing that me and the brother Love was going about. All of these different meanings to the word. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because you'll have it one place where it'll actually have a dictionary that says it that, yo, this means I got it wrong, God. I didn't say red. It said Rudy Pink. So that's like one dictionary I seen that. And then when I took it to the Hebrew, I saw that, you know. So yeah. So what it would do is also, which is kind of weird. So you see it'll say Adam and Eve. What would it say? How did they put it? I think it said that is one is plural. That's what it is. So it's saying that it's talking about a group of people, not just one person. Feel me? So in one aspect, the way that they was doing the linguistic by it, they saying that Adam and Eve represent a group of people, not one person. So when it says somewhere in Genesis 5, I think it says something and we did this, that, or something, and something I can't remember off the top of my. I would probably have to pull up the Bible verse, but they use that to substantiate that it represents a group of people, not one person. So those are the meanings that I found. This is something else. God Kendall Rowland going in here. In the
Yes.
Quran, in Quran, God Yaqub said, I'm gonna place a ruler in the earth. Yeah, we know about that. Kendall Rowland. He big on this Yaqub, I see. Rome Fetty because it was no, he talking to somebody. Where's complete God body? Where's the God? Where he at, man? Oh, here you go. Where the God at? He disappeared?
No, I think complete still in there.
I don't know, God. I just thought that was interesting. That's why I brought it up. Yeah, son. I remember reading that. I would underline every goddamn thing in that Bible, son. It was talking about the sons of men, the sons of light. I was just looking for every place where it said God is a man, son. And then while I'm reading the Bible, I'm like, yo, this shit is like a movie, bro. So I'm
Right.
reading it. I ain't never gonna forget this day, yo. I was reading Genesis and I'm reading it like a book. I'm not skipping no pages. I'm not doing the verse. I'm literally reading that goddamn thing like a book. So I'm reading Genesis and I find out that there's female prophets. So I see this girl, Deborah. I'm like, what the hell? Oh shit, they got female prophets. All right, so what the hell she do? So then I'm reading the story and it's talking about I think these people from I forgot the name of them, some ites or whatever. So they was the people that was following God or whatever, and they was on the run chasing these other dudes. So these other dudes ran into their tent, and when they ran into the women tent, which is Deborah, they went to sleep. They let them sleep there. While they let them sleep there, the chicks pulled out the whatever them nail things was that was holding the tent set and killed them niggas when they would sleep, you heard? Then the other dudes from Israel or whatever the hell they from, they came and they was like, oh, you killed them? Good. Here is your covenant with God. You have been blessed. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, yo, this shit is crazy, God. Yo, when I was reading the books, I was just start busting out laughing, you heard? Because the shit is just, it was just weird to me, son. I'm like, yo, these chicks just killed this dude, yo. And the dudes come and they was like, you're blessed. Here's a covenant with God. I'm like, yo, this shit is crazy.
Yeah, to me, the focus I want with that was
Yeah, which one you got?
Abraham with Isaac.
Oh, with the kid.
Yeah, dudes come and say, "Look, man, kill your son." But never mind. I was just playing. I just want to see what you was going to.
Yo, that shit is crazy. Yo, the other one with Abraham's story messed me up, son. I'll be building with my man about this shit. So look, right? Check it out. Abraham, this nigga going to Egypt, right? So you know they going over there because the niggas got a famine, them niggas is hungry. So they gotta go over to go, they gotta go to the land of the gods, get food and shit, right? So they go there. So this nigga got his wife with him, Sarah. So the dude get there, and the Pharaoh was like, "Yo, what's good? Yo, who that? Huh? This is Sarah. This is my sister. Oh, she your sister? Word? Yo, I want her. Yeah, I'm hungry though. Good, yeah. You could have all the things of the land, but yo, give me that girl. Give me that girl." So this nigga that sold his wife, he pimped his wife off to the Pharaoh. So then I said, "Yo, I'm reading the story." So I'm like, "Yo, how old is this fucking girl?" And I'm like, "Hold up, son. You telling me the Pharaoh wants some old 70-year ass wrinkled up pussy? What is this shit, son?" Yo, the dude pimped his wife, son. Gave it to her. And then later on, he finds out, like, yo, that's his wife. He's like, yo, dude, why you lie to me? I'm like, yo, I just start laughing, yo. That book crazy, son.
Yeah.
That shit crazy, son. Some of those stories is weird, bro.
It ain't as crazy as the people who come up with, the trying to justify all that stuff.
Oh, like what's the other funny story in there? The talking donkey. Balaam. Do you remember that, G?
Listen, man.
The donkey started talking, nigga. That is a fantastic book, bro. And God, sorry to say, that is the number one book in the world. The most read book in the world is the Bible.
Yeah. One was published and all that, right? Who would have thunk it?
District 120 nailed it. Right. And it says, and they called their name Adam, right? So that shows that it was a group of people. That's right. Yeah, God, right in his act. Yeah, Kendall Rowland is not playing. Kendall is not playing with Yaku, God. He ain't playing no games.
He had his own side rally on that.
Yeah, I thought you was gonna have a whole bunch of peoples in it. Dianetics and Tau and To. Oh, the God District 120 did it. So he said Seth lived 800 years. It said correct. Or Adam lived 130. Oh, yeah. You right, G. I'll just freestyling, God. I was freestyling that time. Don't hold me accountable. When I start talking about them verses and stuff like that, I disclaim. Unless that's why I gotta open it, because I don't really know, so I don't remember. Adam lived 130, but added on to the 800 of Seth. Adam lived 930. Yeah. Yeah, maybe the Quran is second. I don't know.
Jake Johnson said the Bible and Quran is full of illogical and wicked garbage. It's funny when guys quote the knowledge degree to try to justify it.
Oh, I don't know who he is, but peace to the God if you are the God. See, I got somebody on my side, dog, Kim. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I feel good that I'm not alone, son. I'm not alone. See, Dog Kim won't talk about this topic. He won't talk about that.
But I mean, it's one of the things where like the brother's saying right there, like, you can't apply logic to illogic. Like if some shit is stupid, you're never gonna look at it and say, oh, I see it makes sense. And if something is illogical and you can make sense of it, then you need to observe yourself. Why is this? You know what I'm saying? Why does sheep fly in your reality? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, when you look at the people who think the Bible makes sense, you know what I'm saying? Even if they perfectly logical on a regular day, when they get into that topic, it's like, they totally abandon, all, rational thought.
Yeah, man. But I see you slowly growing over here, God. You slowly growing.
Slowly but surely. What's
Yeah,
this
man.
kind of relative for the
When you
last
gonna get some? Oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
He said for the last 5 centuries, he has never deviated from his nature, not once. At this point, we have to admit that it's not them, it's us. We keep looking. What you mean in terms of the colored man for the last 5 centuries? Jake Jackson said, relying on the Bible is residue from the NOI teachings. A lot of brothers grew up hearing Farrakhan trying to make those books walk and talk. So, what is this? Oh, this is Kendall Rolling and Complete. It's having a side rally. So, Complete said, no, we don't have to admit that it's not them, it's us. Y'all know where I'm always at on that one. You know what I'm saying? That, you can't deny that it's opposition. You know what I mean? The reality is that it's people, just like we was just reading about the Chinese going into Africa, in terms of what was the reasoning for that. You got people that's how they survive. You know what I'm saying? They survive off of the subjugation of other people. So of course they're going to set up all types of barriers to those people achieving any type of freedom, justice, and equality. You know what I mean? That being said, right, there is still always the question of, okay, what did you do? You understand what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we know that there was this factor right here that was against you, but what did you do? Like it could be something that's not even negative. Water is not negative.
Water is not negative.
You know what I'm saying? But if you out in the middle of the water, we know that your body is not built. You can't breathe underwater. To see if something happens to you in the water, it's still the question of, what did you do though? Did you try to swim to shore? Look, maybe you couldn't. Maybe it was the riptide. Maybe the shore was too far. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it was sharks in the water. But did you try? You know what I'm saying? That's the thing that and then like I said too, those individuals, they come and they provide inspiration. Because see, sometimes we have that religious mindset and we waiting for those people to come back. You know what I'm saying? Like we looking for who's gonna be the next Martin Luther King, who's gonna be the next Huey P. Newton, when really, those people just came, they set a certain mark. But really it's about, a little bit of people doing, you know, adding on just, whatever they can. Whatever is appropriate for the environment that they're in. You know what I'm saying? It's not really one person is supposed to, carry a whole movement, a whole group of people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're going to have those people that is going to show you the way. You know what I'm saying? Like Harriet Tubman, I'm going to show you the way. But you're going to have to walk yourself. Whatever's the stuff that we encounter out here, you gotta save yourself. If you're
Yeah,
not
that shit crazy, God. Yeah.
If you're not ready, you gotta stay. But that's what that's what sometimes happens with that. But I'm not a person. The one thing I would say is that they just two separate conversations. That's why I think things get distorted at, is when we make them one conversation. Like for instance, when we talking about crime in the community, right? That's a different conversation from police brutality. It's a totally different conversation. It's the difference between, let's say we talking about school, right? And you got a situation where uh, the teacher gets caught having sex with the students. And then the teacher says, well, the students be having sex with each other. Why you don't say nothing there? See, that's a different conversation. That's a different conversation. What you bringing that up for? So you talking about police brutality and you bringing up, violence and nobody talking about that. Talking about you. There's a different capacity, right, under which you're allowed to do the things that you're allowed to do. You know what I mean? Like, you could carry around a gun. You could perpetrate all types of violence for, reasons that the rest of the people can't perpetrate violence. So therefore, of course, you got a higher degree of responsibility. Like, why are you comparing yourself to people, on this side right here? You got people who, they wake up in the morning and, they tell you, look, I'm not with the law. Like, I'm doing everything I can to avoid, the legal road. And then on the other side, you got somebody who is sworn to uphold the law, and you telling me that I'm supposed to compare these two people together? So it's the same thing when it comes to, whether we have legitimate opposition, you know what I'm saying? Whether, racism and inequality and all of these things exist, injustice, right? That's one conversation, but the other conversation is, even from the positive side, to say, okay, tomorrow, let's say we woke up tomorrow and, the colored man was like, listen, we slept on it. We had a quick meeting this morning and we decided that, look, we're going to give out reparations. We're going to stop oppressing people. We seem to like, all right, now what you going to do with that? You see what I'm saying? Like, you still got to have your plan. Even with that, that's two different conversations. What the reparations is, how much the reparations is, when the reparations come, that's a totally separate conversation from what you got to do with the money. See, like, even with that, you hear people saying that you can't just give people the reparations because they're going to waste it. Yeah, well, it's mine to waste. You can say that every week when it's time for somebody to get their check. Nah, you imagine that. You're supposed to get your direct deposit. You call down to the what's the name to ask them why you get the deposit, and they like, yeah, we got a word that you was gonna buy some Jordans. That's it. We heard you was gonna buy some Jordans, so we decided to cut you off and not give it to you. We're gonna invest it. We're gonna invest it in your education. But that, we are going in terms of, do we have legitimate opposition? Do we have legitimate concerns about, like I said, injustice, inequality, et cetera, et cetera? Yes. But are we lacking in what we supposed to do about that? Are we lacking in, the activity that we partake in order to overcome the injustice and inequality?
Damn, God, somebody just tried to treat me like Halloween, God. Somebody just threw an egg at me, God.
In March?
Yo, son, somebody just threw an egg, so I'm looking around. I mean, so that's crazy, God. It's crazy, God. And I moved to Bill Power Street, God. So I live on the equality side, you heard? So that's not around me. So I'm like, what the hell? That's crazy, God.
What you said, Olu Graphics? Doesn't say, now Olu Graphics made a comment here. Doesn't it say in the first degree in the 1 of 40 that the Bible was made by the original man? Doesn't that make their interpretation the real poison, not the Bible itself? Well,
let me mute my mic. Woohoo!
when you dealing with that degree, you know what I'm saying, and you talking about the Bible or Quran or the history of the original man, right? You talking about what we actually record. You understand what I'm saying? When the Bible and the Quran that we see, right? That's the recording of certain people's history. You understand what I'm saying? Just like when uh, you see that Muhammad went into the Kaaba at first, and it was the 99 idols. See, those 99 idols represented 99 other histories that people had on how creation got to right now. You understand what I'm saying? You know, in all those histories, those those the people who recorded that history, that's what they tell you about. You know, now whether their story is ridiculous or not, that's something else. But I'm saying that whatever people like the Aborigines in Australia, they got some concept called dream time or dreamland or something, you know, which is a story about how they got there. You know what I'm saying? Or, you know, Indians, they got stories about how they got there. They got stories about why it rain, hail, snow, and also hit thunder above their heads. And they got that written down in their books. You know what I'm saying? Now, through the science of, you know, really violence and oppression, really, you know, I'm not going to, don't, you know, it was teaching that went on, but through the science of violence, uh, we've all had this one story imposed on us. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, like, you know, the people in let's say one place like India, they all, you know, some of them is Buddhist, you know, some of them is you know, whatever is have whatever it is when you worship Krishna.
Just a couple of bagels, strawberry jam, and butter.
You understand what I'm saying? But you know, when we talking about uh us writing the history of Quran, we talking about what we doing right now. Like, see what those people did. That's not going to tell nobody in 1,000 years, right? In 2,000 years, that's not going to tell nobody who the 5% was. That's not going to tell nobody about mathematics. It's still going to be telling you that same story, right? That those particular people came up with about what their origin is and you know how they got to the level of manifestation where they at. You know, that's how I draw it up. Now, during that time, you know, in 1934, when they was drawing the lessons up, right? You gotta remember that that was the only history that the people knew. And so, Father and Elijah was using that history in order to, you know, get the message through to people of the black man being God. So when you look at 120 lessons, you see Bible verses. You don't see surahs and ayats because that was the history that they was using to teach the people at that time. But that history is expired now. We the ones that got to write this history. See, like we was just saying just now, that history is telling you about 4004 BC. So that's not the 25,000 years that we saying our history is based on.
With justice in the chat. I don't gotta talk no more. Yeah. Yo, God, what's the science behind your cover, yo?
My what?
What's the science behind your album cover?
That's the well
I'm gonna put it on the screen. I'm saying put it on the screen. So just in case you have a memory lapse.
The name of the jump off is
There you go right here. So I got your album here. See, it's downloaded on my phone.
Oh, this
so
is that one.
What's the science behind that?
This is a science. This is a science lab right here.
That's the lab.
Yeah, it's the lab for Fame Labs. This is a science lab right here where we cooking up the marvelous treats.
Okay. So that's the disc. That's the food right there.
Yeah, that's the if you look in my right hand, you can see the final master right there.
So I guess that's 120 right there in front of you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I just wanted to know, God. So I say you might have a different breakdown on what's on it or what it is. Okay. All right, G. See you, God.
I think it's 2022.
It says 2020. That's what it says on that one.
So I love you began when I did them shits. But yeah, we got any last questions in here, man, before we wind this down? I said we was winding down already, right?
Yeah.
Everybody that made it this far, definitely do the each one, teach one, hit the like button. Jake Johnson said you can't reinterpret garbage.
God serve justice.
Black people need science and not mythology. Farrakhan pretends that history is true. It isn't. Quizar Quaco said Bible is a generic term that means collection of books. Quran means recitation or recited. Wait, who said that the Bible is a science book? Kendall Rowland said that's why we can't just read the Bible. We have to know how to read the Bible. The Bible is not a novel. The Bible is not a religious book. The Bible is a science book.
Oof.
So Kendall Rowland said the Bible clearly states that Jesus had hair the texture of lamb's wool and had feet the color of burnt brass. The Bible is clearly saying that the black man is God. Jake Johnson said you're cherry picking the best parts. The Bible also endorses and condones slavery. So when you say science, like you have it with what do you mean by like science? Is it like chemistry, physics? Now we're just asking a few questions. Kendall Rowland said the Bible is a science book. You know, it's different sciences from, you know, chemistry to sociology. District 120 said the science of time. I don't know if it could be the science of time. I mean,
Yeah, I'm out. I'm out, God. I'm about to head up out of here, man. I don't know, man. I think we got to do 120 days and 120 lessons.
120 days and 120 lessons.
Make it rain.
That's actually not a bad idea.
I mean, well, I would like to hear other people, man. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I don't know. That's just I'm just throwing that out there, God. I'm just throwing it out there. So if you want to do something like that, you know, you got my map. You hit me up. And you can make a plan of action.
All right, no doubt.
Yeah, peace to the gods, peace to the herbs, peace to the people who are watching. Peace, Jake Johnson. Serve justice. Peace, Kendall. I see you.
But what type of science you talking about, Kendall Rowland? I mean, I would say it qualifies as the science of interaction. You know what I'm saying? You know, the science of interaction between people. You know what I'm saying? How people, you know, relate to one another. You know, how they relate to religions, how they relate to, you know, having wars with each other, being friendly with each other. You know, the good, the bad, the ugly, and the beautiful is in it. You're talking about the science of that. Kendall Rowland, you there? Try and hit this last topic for you before we end this up. All right, so Kendall Rowland said the science of astrology, astronomy, numerology, etc. So what say you? What say you, Jake Johnson? Get my mean gene on right now. That's the link right there. In case y'all want to come on. So Jake Johnson said, astrology and numerology isn't science. So Kendall Rowland, Jake Johnson is asking for peace.
Peace.
Jake Johnson is asking for a definition of science. Tap the link. Tap the link. Then that way y'all could build in real time. So Kendall said, astrology, numerology, and astronomy are some of the oldest sciences known to man. They were created by the original man. I wish you would hit the link, because I got a question about that. In terms of what is astrology? Like you see people, for instance, you know, in Egypt or South America, you see where people got things lined up to the astrological, you know, they got it lined up to the zodiacs and everything. But, you know, is that how old is the science of trying to, you know, predict people's behavior? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's one thing to, you know, you predicting time, you predicting the seasons, you know what I'm saying? So you know when to grow your crops, you know, you predicting these types of, you know, you predicting cycles by keeping track and observing the cycles, you know, and then you got, you know, just when you look in the paper, when you look in the newspaper and you got the horoscope. Jake Johnson said the earliest record of astrology is Babylonian astrology. It was mad spooky. Kendall Rowland said these disciplines, before they made decisions that would affect the masses of people. Do you have, in terms of the answer for what is science? Jake Johnson said horoscopic astrology began with the Greeks during the Hellenistic era, but the Babylonians had elements of it in their culture too. Jerome Fetty said astrology is based on zodiac, which is your birth chart, time, day you was born, which depicts your personality and your moon, sun, Mercury, Venus, Saturn, dealing with signs of life. Kendall Rowland, you still there?
Those are the ones that we draw. Turn this one off.
Kendall Rowland. Bitcoin is at 54,000. Yeah, I guess we got to catch Kendall Rowland. When you get a chance to come back on, maybe you could add on a little bit more with us about that science right there. In the meantime, we're going to take it down. Everybody do the each one, teach one, hit the like button. All right, Rob wants to set up something to invest. Set up something to invest in it every week. So I guess you mean get an app where you can, because you can invest a little bit at a time in these different cryptocurrencies. All right. Kendall Rowland came back now. He said, I define science as studying the knowledge of myself because all science is the study of the black man. You there, Jake Johnson? See, your response time is so Jake Johnson says that the definition provided by Kendall Rowland is not comprehensive. Kendall Rowland says the black man is the root of all science. Jake Johnson asked, so astronomy is a science. Is that the study of the black man? Kendall Rowland said, I have no birth record. Jake Johnson asked, what about gynecology? Is gynecology about the black man? Yeah, I gotta let y'all pick up tomorrow. I gotta let y'all pick this up tomorrow. But everybody, of course, we back in the pocket tomorrow at 7 o'clock for the Tuesday civilization class. And in the meantime, and in between time, I want to say peace, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.